Why does it have to be so dark when I am going live? Welcome, Llamas. Happy weekend, everybody. It's the time to chill a little bit with Factorio and read Factorio Friday facts. This week it seems like it's actually interesting. We're not going to listen to any music. We're going to read the facts regarding beacons. And you know what? I always have this idea, I always have this feeling that I am late for everything regarding Factorio or anything that happens around this game, everything that happens around other games, because I tend to do something longer than usual. I like to take my time, I don't have problem with that, and then when I finally use something in the game, some kind of feature, it changes. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. So, I guess it's going to be the same with beacons, but we'll see, because for now, I haven't fully read the Factorio Friday facts. I left it for us to enjoy together. But I have a feeling that I am going to be late with it, you know? It's this very annoying feeling. I have been late again to something, right? That's pretty much it. And it's very dark when I am showing you what I've been working on recently, which means that a friendly reminder to place any lamps would be appreciated from time to time. But it doesn't matter right now. Welcome everybody who arrived in the chat so far. We got Synaptic Link, we got Laser. Welcome everybody who might be lurking, no matter if it's Twitch or YouTube. Welcome everybody else who might see this video when it gets highlighted, no matter if it's Twitch or YouTube. I hope that you will enjoy this video when it gets published. What are we going to work on today? Well, I told you that we need a special VIP smelting area for copper, and I finally decided to use beacons. As I said before, I was very hyped for that. Of course, there is some energy issue that I tend to have quite a lot, but at least for now the power plant seems to handle the situation well. By the way, I am not switching from the steam power plant into anything else. I'm not going solar, I am not going nuclear, I am not planning to, I wasn't planning to. We're going to keep it the way it is until there will be no space on the map. At least that's the idea. That's the so-called challenge, if I can call it this way. So, we need bigger power plants. Right now, it kind of handles the situation, but there is not enough of the space around. You can see that I started to build more trains to get out of my comfort zone and try to use more of the train signals, try to built in longer distances, and I was trying to make everything work really nicely, automatically, but the power plant is quite squished, and I have noticed it a while ago. Hello Blady, good to see you. Not so eco-friendly, Llama. I can imagine that. Yes, in Factorio I am not very eco-friendly. There is a lot of pollution going on, although in Agoraphobic Megabase this is the first time when I actually play without the biters attacking, without biters expanding or evolving in any way. So at least I have this comfort of building however I want to. And Salamander is here as well. Power plant is squished. Yes, it is. There is not much space. So there were 2 ponds around it. And it's pretty much the same with the whole base. You can see that there was a giant pond right there that I landfilled finally. even if I was afraid to do that. And then there is this another part of the pond that made me think that all of the base is kind of squished in between two ponds. So I am trying to landfill this area as well. I kind of marked the area where I would like to start landfilling. I want to keep a little bit of space for the pumps to pump a little bit of water, and I want for this area, for this pond that you can see right there that I barely started landfilling, I want for it to be the new power plant base. Power plant is squished, rip up everything and start over. Almost. But you know what is my playstyle? Let's have a quick shout out for Samlander on Twitch. They are an awesome streamer, a variety streamer, a Factorio professional out there. I'm sure that you're going to enjoy his streams, but the thing that I enjoy the most about his channel is the fact that he's got the coolest, the most chill farming simulator Saturdays. You're welcome, Savalander. I hope that you're doing well. Speaking of reaping everything and starting over, you know that I prefer to build something on the side and then link it to make it work already, and then to slowly turn off what I have used before, so I don't have to. Of course, it takes more time to do that, but the point is that the factory still works. There is no situation in which something doesn't work for a while. The production is still going, and this is my priority, to make the production work, to make the production ongoing. Burn all the fuel. Of course I do that, Synaptic Link. Make more power plants, diversify energy production. There are some lake-sized ponds. Yes, like, this is huge enough to landfill all of it. And we're going to landfill it today. And also we can talk about all the other things regarding this base that are done wrong and needs to be rebuilt, but of course this base needs to evolve quite a lot. But at least we have some kind of logistic network, we got some kind of nice rail network so far. We just need to set up some nice permanent smelting areas that will use beacons, that will not destroy my power plant too much, of course. And then we're going to make the same for iron. And then let's remember that we need some super exclusive production for the chips. So for the green ones, for red ones, and for blue ones. Blue ones don't need them. Or do they need them? I never remember, sorry. No. It's only for the red ones and green ones. But the production is... Oh, it's not the thing. I'm always confusing those two recipes. Oh my god, where is my blue chip production? Llama, don't panic. Oh, here it is. Okay, yes. I mean, it's going. We're just not using it up. But if we're not using it up, it means that some kind of basic production is very low. And this is why we are not launching rockets. I don't think we're launching any rockets right now. We have finished 99 rockets. But I think that the production has stopped for a very, very, very long time already. And also we got 64k of the science because we're not making any science. Like, we barely produced the purple science, and this is something we have to work on. I mean, I have to work on that. And well, everything comes down to the basics, that the copper production was so low that I have to do something about that. Chips are good, salty or onion flavored. Well, I prefer onion flavored, but paprika is good as well, and also a little bit of spicy ones. Yep. Finished 99 rockets, but no, they fished one. Yeah. There was one fish, but not in this playthrough. Yeah. I really enjoyed reference, Salamander. Okay, let's try to get back to the pond for a second. And there is one thing that makes me really worried. I mean, I don't need that many fishes in general, but I try to save as many as I can. And if I mark them with the deconstruction planner, they stop moving, which is quite sad. It's not like they are dead, but it looks strange, don't you think? Alright, so I want to make some kind of... What was the idea? I tried to remind myself. I think that I was trying to leave the certain area right there, but then to leave like a really small strip of water and then to landfill everything else, but of course trying to save the fish because it's not like I need that many spidertrons, or it's not that I need to send all of those fish in space. It's just I feel bad about killing them. Alright, it's a weird thing. And yogurt, yes. If you don't know, guys, I have this weird habit that Laser is kind of scared about. I like to take a plain yogurt and then I like to have it with my potato chips. So I like to kind of soak them in yogurt, and they are not crispy. I like to put some of them, soak them in yogurt, and put some of the crispy on top. And Laser is always terrified when he sees me eating them. But he still loves me in the way, you know. It's rough at times. I know that he's having hard times, but yeah, he still loves me in the way. Yeah, that's weird. Don't worry, Laser. There were many more weird habits that you could stumble upon, and this is the least terrifying one, I believe. Yeah. Oh, I reminded myself. Actually, I want to leave a strip to the west, a strip of water, and then to landfill the rest. So all of it pretty much is going to be landfilled soon. When the lazy bots are going to do something about that, and I've made a mistake. Okay. Just it wasn't supposed to be storage chest, it was supposed to be a buffer chest. Stop it, guys, don't worry, stop it. Yeah. Find a partner that accepts your weirdness, it works way better, yeah. Are we interested in getting to know more of this sort of habits? It's not harmful habit, you know? It's not harmful. What kind of habits do you have, guys? I am interested right now. What is something that... Let's look for some family-friendly habits, maybe. What kind of habit you might have that could be perceived as something weird to other people? I'm sure I'm not the only one. Oh, by the way, we need a radar in this spot. Yes. And we will need more of these roboports. Let's see if we have the network. Barely. I mean, I'm not surprised much. Yeah, all of it should be landfilled. When I make coffee, I pour the milk first and then hot water. My coworkers are terrified. What's wrong about that, actually? Lady, I don't really understand. What's the problem with that? It depends on how do you make the coffee exactly. Are you using some kind of milk frother or something like that, and then you pour the milk first? Or maybe you don't use any device like that and you just use the milk that you took out of the fridge a moment before and it is cold and this is why they are terrified? I don't know. What is terrifying about this? Like, both options work, in a way, right? Lauren, hi! I knew an alien in college who poured orange juice over his breakfast cereal. Wow. Okay, this is interesting. But nobody would have a problem if that would be orange-flavored yogurt, right? Because usually you pour water into your cup with coffee powder. Oh yeah, yeah. And after it is filled up, you can add some milk. Yeah, but I mean, it's not like I do the same thing as you, but it might not be as terrifying. Coffee powder. Well, whatever works. I was about to place a RoboPort, by the way. Give me a second, guys. We got some RoboPorts. And let's pretend we got the network that works without any failures, right? Yeah. Let's pretend. Pretending is good at times. And let's have a storage chest around, by the way, because all of the fishes need to be stored. And those lazy bots need to have some space. Some certain place to charge their batteries. But I can try to copy and paste and use a little bit of this landfill. I have noticed that there is a problem around the sides. If the sides are not even, there is an issue and I have to landfill it manually myself, but this is not awful that much. Or sometimes I just need to go with the brush like one tile sized, and then I need to mark it like this. Maybe you know the better way of doing that, but I have noticed that it's just awful at times. Mossy, hi! In some places it's very popular to have pre-mixed packets in a common area and then a hot water tap. Yeah! I like soggy cereal, that's why I use warm milk. Oh, Laser, you admitted something. But wait, I think that your preferences have changed. I remember that you said you don't really like soggy cereal when I met you. You're not the same Laser I met. Hmm? How goes the factory? Well, I am trying to landfill this giant pond or lake, whatever you call it, and then I try to pretend that I have a nicely working logistic network. That is not necessarily true. And then we're working on making the power plant bigger to be able to power up all of this copper smelting area. So we still work on the copper area, but not really, because this area needs to be landfilled anyway. What about you, Mossy? Hope that you're doing well. We're about to read Factorio Friday Facts, like in about 20 minutes. If you're interested, maybe we can discuss it. What do you think? I think that this week's Friday Facts is much, much, much more interesting than the previous one. Grape nuts and warm milk are amazing. Yeah, see? First build it, otherwise it doesn't want to do the edge. Force build it. How do you do that? Probably I don't have one setting or something. So is it a matter of setting that I don't have turned on? There is a chance, there is really high chance. Hold shift. Oh! Oh! Salamander is here to save the day, thank you! Damn, now I feel stupid, but thanks. We live, we learn. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. So let's make it even bigger. Well, now all of my issues are resolved. I just needed to ask. All I had to do was to ask. You had one job, Llama. I mean, yeah, you had a job. Let's not talk about it, shall we? It's quite awful. Is your red circuit going well? It depends. If you ask about the stream team, yes, it's going well. If you ask about the production of circuits in the space, it's okay-ish because they are not in use that much, but look at the green circuits, they are not doing well. So I think that the green circuits are in bigger trouble than the red circuits this time, which is fun, right? It's always the circuits that cause some kind of trouble. And by the way, I still forget about adding lamps, so you can complain about it all you want, guys. So I will remind myself, oh yeah, I should have built some lamps. Because I barely see stuff in here. Again. And barely seeing stuff, it's not too fun. Especially if you'd like to observe some things. Wait a minute. Okay, I need to keep this pump, and I need to keep some pumps around this spot. I don't have any big plans for other areas. I will just try to cut it out like this, roughly. And leave the rest. Just in case if I would need a little bit more of the water. Remember, I don't have any mods that would allow me to reverse this process, so I can't really get rid of the landfill if I already placed it. But I don't believe I will need any of this water around here, so yeah. Good for us, I guess. And now let's leave it to the lazy bots to do all of the work, because I am getting really triggered over how randomly they place things. So right now, I would like to just wait for it a moment. Not sure if I can build any more. I can place one more Roboport around the spot I am in, but then we will switch to Factorio Friday Facts, because this is going to just work on its own. I don't want to watch it, I just want to make sure that all of the fishes are possibly saved, and that's it. And just let them do whatever they want to do. Can we? Yes. Yes, we can place it. All right. 1, 2, 3. I stopped trying. I just stopped trying for the electric poles. Anyway, okay. Just do whatever you want, little guys. I don't care. Just get this done at some point. I don't want to get triggered over this randomness. I have heard that it is possible for the game devs to work on that, so the robots are not going to work some randomly, but I'm looking forward to it. Seriously, I am looking forward to it. And just in case if it's going to get dark, and obviously I'm going to read for so long that it is going to get dark in the game, at least I will try to have some light in the background, like this. And I guess we can switch to Factorio Friday Facts. So let's see, what do we have here for today? Diminishing beacons. And I'm already getting like, oh no, I just started using some feature and it's not going to be so nice anymore. Alright, so let's read some Factorio Friday facts. Hello! Today we're going to take a look at a feature some of us have dreamt of changing for years now, the beacon transmission. The main purpose of beacons is to allow massively increasing your production in the late game while being more than just a module or a faster machine. To make use of beacons, you need to adjust your building layout for them. Beacons succeeded in this role, but we aren't so sure the results layouts are all that interesting, something both us and a lot of players have said many times before. I mean, yeah, you just, at least in my opinion, why I was always avoiding the beacons. I don't know if it's unpopular opinion or not, let me know your thoughts, guys. I was kind of struggling with beacons because it was bothering me that there is the space that you need to leave, that you can't really have that perfect grid, that you really need to kind of save up the space so your assembling machine is going to be in the range of as many beacons as possible. And I never really wanted to do that, and I knew that it's going to use a lot of the electricity, the beacons themselves, and also the modules. Usually you're using the speed modules and they are adding up to a lot of the power usage, and you know that usually I have a lot of power usage issues. So that's why I was avoiding beacons. Even in this base, I was always trying to kind of find the additional sources of energy, like to find the opportunity to finally introduce the beacons, and then handling this dramatic underproduction. It feels like there is no other choice, but I am not prepared for using the beacons, and this is why we landfill all of this space, right? And then I had to come up with some kind of layout that wouldn't be too annoying to me, but it always does annoy me in the way. I will show you, not in FFF, I will show you how does it look like for Factorio right now, and sorry for showing you when it's dark, but I came up with something like this. It was quite spontaneous idea. Okay, let's just put it like this. I'm not going to bother myself with the maximum amount of beacons. Why should I do this in the first place? Maybe I could squeeze some of the beacons here or there, but I don't want to. I just want to have some build that doesn't look hideous, but I don't want to waste too much of the space around. Beacons were always kind of making me annoyed because of that. You know what I mean? And now they are changing something that will probably make me annoyed even more. The first of the typical two layouts is surrounding the machine with maximum beacons. 12 beacons affect each assembling machine. It gives us best compute performance, not so space efficient. Yep, speaking of space in space. Costly on both construction materials and power draw. Yes, the main reason why I was avoiding that. It's easy to route a lot of belts through as there is space all around the crafting machine. In fact, it is so easy that it feels like the end game layout isn't very challenging to build, but also it doesn't really look very pleasing visually, at least in my opinion. At least my builds are not very nice with beacons. There are a few small variations you can make, like bringing the side beacons closer, but overall, most of the 12 beacon layouts look identical for the vast majority of recipes. So late game factories end up looking like arrays of squares with a lot of space inside. The other option being alternating rows of machines and beacons. 8 beacons affect each assembling machine. great space efficiency, good cost to gain ratio, and not much space for belts. Yeah, and then you have to squeeze everything in. But honestly, I don't know if you prefer this build 8 beacon or the 12 beacon. I prefer to go with the kind of 8 beacons to have it a little bit more squished, even if I know that I will have to think how to put the belts around, but it just looks more compact to me. I don't like this space wasting. With just the 2-tile gap between the beacons and the machines, you can only route very few transport belts through. There are a few tricks that help getting up to 2 transport belts in and 1 transport belt out, but once you've discovered these tricks, you just repeat them over and over. Alternatively, since this is quite space efficient, it's good for robot logistics, in which case you just copy-paste requester and provider chest pairs next to machines, which isn't exactly creative either. Since there aren't many other significant alternatives to these two layouts, all in all, using beacons seems restrictive on build variety and tends to feel monotonous and uninteresting, especially compared to how varied the earlier stages of the game are. Well, guys, it's difficult for me to agree to that. Because, okay, I understand that there might not be many efficient ways to use the beacons in this case. But I always had this idea of Factorio that if you're not using any external resources, let's say, okay, I will give you my example, it will be easier. I was never looking for any external materials. The only blueprints I actually wanted to use was the blueprint for the nuclear power plants and the balancers. I try to avoid using any other blueprints on purpose, so I will try to make the solutions on my own. They don't have to be extremely effective. I'm not aiming for that, but I want to have something that I would be happy with. I'm not looking for any other inspirations, even if there are tons of great blueprints. Hello, Joe! Good to see you! We're reading Factorio Friday Facts, and I am discussing the idea that game developers phrased that there is not much space for creativity for the current beacons use. And I try to explain it in a way that I always thought that if you're not looking for any external inspiration, because somebody might think other ways than you, and I'm not speaking about the beacons directly. I'm speaking of any project that you can make for Factorio. I always had this idea that once I will get to some kind of satisfying build for me, I will just keep copying and pasting it all the time. I got creative to some point, and unless I am not satisfied with what I've made, I don't feel the need to get more creative with that. And I don't perceive the game this way. So on one hand, kind of enforcing the creativity on the players is a good thing, but aren't we comfortable, at least some of us, aren't we comfortable with the fact that, okay, we got to some kind of satisfying build, and we're okay with that, and we can copy and paste it forever, and we can share it with others, and there is nothing wrong with that, really, you know? That's what I mean. So, do we really need to kind of enforce the creativity on people. I understand if there is somebody who has played for 3,000 hours, 4,000 hours or more. On the other hand, that's why you have mods, right? That's why you're looking for things that will make the game more interesting, but I think that there is some limit to vanilla that could possibly make the game easy enough for new people to join it. And I wonder, what are they aiming for at this point? Of course, it's not going to scare me away if the game developers are going to enforce the creativity on me. It's just, I don't necessarily need that. I would be okay with what I have already as a player. I don't know if you have the same feelings about it, or do you really want to get a little bit more creative? Let me know. Okay, let's read through their ideas. Over the many years, this problem has been discussed. We've thought of various ideas. There's also been different experiments with what the modding API allowed, which is also a telltale sign that a lot of people would like some form of a change. Okay, if the community mentioned that they need the change, alright, I might be the minority then, that's fine. Beacon overload is a mechanic from Erendel's mod Space Exploration. It causes any machine affected by more than a single beacon to shut down. This means that the 12 beacon, 8 beacon or any other beacon layouts are just strictly impossible. With the normal beacon range, you could still do the inverse of the 12 beacon design and surround a single beacon with machines, but it gets impractical to repeat and tile because there are now 12 machines needing inputs and outputs instead of one. When trying beacon overload, it feels fresh at first. The beacons are more powerful at a base level and have more module slots, so an individual beacon is more flexible. There is a much larger benefit in dropping down the occasional lone beacon to boost random areas of production, but you need to be careful not to overlap a machine with 2 beacons and overload it. The problem is that there is not much flexibility in the beacon arrangements. Typically, you're just building beacons in a grid, which avoids overlaps. So it's not much more interesting than the base game. It does look better though, at least. Where things get more varied is with the wide area beacon from Space Exploration, as you end up designing entire builds around a single structure. However, this gets rather inconvenient to tile, as you need to avoid overlapping machines with multiple beacons. The size of the entire build is dictated by the range of the beacon, so it is almost always clustered around one beacon or a short line of beacons in a modular fashion. You have a lot of flexibility in how you build within the beaconed area, so it can be nice for direct insertion builds. In the big picture, it puts all of the design freedom on building within the beacon space, but the placement options of the beacons themselves gets pretty boring. It's just another grid. An experiment which tries to simulate what if beacons did not exist in the game and increased the crafting speed on the machines instead. Okay, that looks nice to me. But where's the catch? I can see that there are a lot of module places. So this is supposed to be like a module thing, but a beacon really, I guess. At least I feel like this is saving up space, but it doesn't really feel like beacons anymore. The result of this is that factories never need to transition into improving production rates by layout changes other than routing in more belts, which can be seen both as a negative and a positive. On one hand, you still have all the possibilities, as in the earlier stages, and snaking some more belts through is great, but at the same time, it doesn't introduce anything new. Thorin says, beacons have always felt awkward and inelegant to me. I have this feeling that as long as the beacons do feel awkward, in my opinion, yes, they do feel awkward. They feel a little bit of challenging because I don't have this opportunity to make some really nice space-saving, really tight build, really tight, nice blueprints. It feels a little bit more challenging because, well, let's say I want to improve my smelting area and I want to add beacons so everything goes faster. I have to rebuild it once again. I can't just set it up once and forget about it, especially because I'm not producing so fast in the early stage of the game to be able to leave space for the beacons in the first place. So I know I will have to rebuild it. And in my case, it's positive because I have to do something about that again. I can't just copy and paste the same thing. I mean, I can, but without beacons. So at least to me, I wouldn't mind the beacon setup to stay the same way, even if it annoys me a little bit. And by complicating things a bit more, as I said, it's not going to scare me away, but I am more of the casual Factorio player, and I wonder what the other casual players are thinking about it. Would they be more likely or less likely to play this game? You know that many players who bought Factorio, they haven't even launched a single rocket. So maybe, as some kind of common ground, they could make kind of easy mode for the casual players and add these changes for more advanced players. So you have two difficulty levels in a way that you could change in between maybe anytime you want. The result of this is that factories never need to transition into improving production rates by layout changes other than for routing in more belts, which can be seen both as negative and positive. On one hand, you still have all the possibilities as in the earlier stages, and snaking more belts through is great, but at the same time, it doesn't introduce anything new. I reread this to make sure that I haven't missed anything. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't mind that. On the other way, it's hard to tell. I don't think I have enough of the experience to just share my thoughts about this. It's just, I understand the game needs to change, but I know how many llamas I have met who told me, oh, this game is great, I have seen it, but I'm afraid to play it. I never launched the rocket. I bought this game a while ago. I never launched it. And also there is going to be the quality of the items, if I remember correctly. So all of these changes are good for the advanced players. Of course they are good, but what about the casuals? I hope that it's not going to close the fan base, right? The one new thing it does introduce is that it becomes viable to directly insert items between machines without losing out on crafting speed. You can create builds that, for example, craft utility science packs from mostly raw materials, which can obviously be done in a wide variety of ways. Though this gets quite crazy to design, often with excessive use of rate calculators, something I found cool, but I wouldn't expect many others to enjoy. Yeah, I'm not using any rate calculators. I like this kind of raw approach. I just look at the output. The output is low. I look at the input. Is input low? Yes, input is low was the problem. And I just don't want to calculate how many items do I have on the output. I just see it. Okay, it's too low. We need to add some more. There is a lot already. Okay, let's leave it for now. And I think that there is nothing wrong with this kind of approach. I never aimed for this perfection. Neither of us imagined that our mods would be the right solution for the base game. We were aware of the shortcomings, but mods are very limited in what they can do with beacons in 1.1. Other mods have experimented with different beacon mechanics too, but anything more interesting than some basic value changes requires a lot of unpleasant workarounds and runtime scripting. There are some creative approaches out there, but none of those mechanics are right for the base game either. Even within the context of space exploration, beacon overload wasn't the solution that I wanted. It was the best solution I could find with the options I had and some light scripting. I looked at a lot of options, but gradually ruled most of them out as possible or impractical with the engine limitations and ended up with beacon overload. Obviously, these limitations aren't a problem if we can just change the game engine, but we can't change the game engine for every idea we have, or everything would get slowed down. Ideally, if we have a good idea, we rapidly prototype it as a mod to test it. An interactable demo makes it easier for other people to evaluate the idea too. The problem in this case is that we knew that the solution would be so far outside of what the game engine can do that whipping up a mod for it wouldn't be practical. Instead, we need to go through all our ideas in detail, find the best one, and be pretty sure it's the right one before we make a prototype version. What's the solution then? Our dreams were always in the idea of diminishing returns. The more beacons you would surround the machine with, the less effect each of them would have. However, counter questions and doubts were in place. Are we sure this is really strictly better, or are we just trading one flawed system for another? At least we know the flaws of the current system, and it's not that bad. Wouldn't it be worse that it's more difficult to calculate the result effect in your head if it's not linear? We don't have time to implement something we're unsure about. And until 1.0, the negatives seemed to outweigh the potential positives, but the dream was always in the back of our minds, primarily me and Irendel. In fact, we were so notorious with it that when Basket was refactoring some parts of the beacon effect code, he did it in a way which would allow something like this, just in case it was desired eventually. And desired it was. Irendel whipped out his proposal. The effects transmission being the square root of the beacon count, buffing the base transmission effect from 50%, adding in quality scaling for effect transmission. I have tested it and finalized the values. Irendel's original idea included the square root calculation, but we imagined buffing beacons from 0.5 transmission to 1.0 in part because it's a nice number. On top of that, beacons I just thought that the nice number would be something else, sorry. On top of that, by making beacons get less crazy in high counts, we could allow them to scale with increasing quality as well. In an earlier FFF, we stated that beacons only decrease their energy consumption with higher quality, because we thought quality makes things crazy enough already, and we don't want to push it any further. But since then, we have buffed builds 4 times with the item stacking, so it sounds a lot more appealing now. Nerd nice is different from geek nice. I know, Lauren, I know. Playing with it, I quickly came to the conclusion that a 2 times buff is insufficient, and low beacon amounts still feel weak, while higher numbers are also nerfed. I figured I'd try to double it again, and went with a 4 times buff. When I spoke to Irendil about this later, he noted that that's also the value he picked for the beacon overload, and I was happy to get the reinforcement that if we independently arrived to the same value, it probably confirms it is good. When I was wrapping up the changes and preparing to present it to the final boss, the CoverX, I made sheets and a graph. I felt silly that I haven't realized that square root of 16 beacons is 4, so if we buff beacons by 4 times, it means all builds with less than 16 beacons get buffed. This felt like it's obviously too much, so I settled on 3 times, which results in transmission power of 1.5. With either 4 times or 3 times buff, the quality scaling needed to be brought back down a bit, so instead of 1 to 2.5 like on most other things, the transmission strength scales from 1.5 to 2.5 for beacons, which is still great. They still do reduce their power draw too after all. I was almost in tears to see how beautiful the values turn out. The change is surprisingly minor for existing factories. Machines affected by 8 beacons will in fact perform 6% faster, while machines with 12 beacons get 13% slower. That's amazing because it means base game remains almost the same. We get the buffs we have always wanted, and quality allows even more progression. Using beacons feels actually impactful even if you place just a few of them. In Space Age, this is especially important, as that's typically when you want to increase your production to launch a lot of rockets. As productivity modules decrease the machine speed, with the old system, the first 2 beacons only get the machine back above 100% crafting speed. At that point, you consciously know that you made an upgrade thanks to the increased productivity, but it doesn't really feel as exciting when the perceived speed is roughly the same. Now, because a single beacon has 3 times the effect, that is more than enough to break through the negative effect of productivity, which feels much better. In some situations, it's not just about being to afford beacons, but the building space is limited, so high effect beacons are a natural fit for places like space platforms. Alright, that makes sense for space platforms. Alright. Also, this effect is very enjoyable. Yeah. Remember that I never played space exploration myself. Oh, wait. As a complete novelty, a single beacon with green modules can actually drop the energy of a machine significantly. This gets especially crazy with higher qualities as the beacon effect transmission increases. The efficiency module gets more powerful and the beacon reduces its power draw with higher quality, so it's worth it even more. All of the machines in the above screenshot have minus 80% energy consumption. Space platforms can then choose to balance between crafting speed, power efficiency, and productivity, all of which are actually significant in the limited space. So it's an interesting choice to make and think about. Larger structures like the foundry typically have a high crafting speed in order to feel powerful and be reasonably space efficient compared to smaller entities. Due to the size, they can be reached by more beacons, 16 for the 5x5 tile foundry, which increases their already crazy crafting speed a bit too much. The diminishing returns make these differences more reasonable. Don't worry, the foundry still gets insane, especially with all the quality bonuses by the endgame. Trading a few beacons for a machine next to one another is probably going to result in some new possibilities for some UPS optimized builds. With quality, you will be able to make even better use of the few expensive modules you got by putting them in the best quality beacons you can get. Another thing quality adds to consider is that maybe you don't quite have many legendary speed modules, but plentiful productivity modules, or vice versa, which could majorly impact what kind of a build is more affordable for you at the time, and it could even influence the long-term strategy of which planet you visit first. I've been annoying all of my surroundings, including Coverex, by constantly talking about the beacon mechanics on and off for about 7 years now. It got to the point where if I brought it up, I'd get the reactions of, "Oh, you with your beacons again," and frankly, I couldn't blame them. In the last months, I had already abandoned hope that we would ever implement this, as the expansion seemed to be getting feature complete. But one day we were having a discussion with Irendel, and I asked him what would be the last features he would like to happen. Irendel replied with just a single word, in a very excited, and to me surprisingly very confident voice: beacons. The information I was missing was that he already did some research with BossKit earlier and told me the code is basically ready for it. I was shocked in the most positive manner. It only took us a few days to have the working version, and finding the right values took only a few weeks, which is great considering the scope of the change. The resulting values were better than I ever imagined, making the change really appealing, so convincing Coverex about it wasn't difficult in the end either. In 2.0, maximizing beacon count will still generally be a good practice to have things produced quickly and save on computer performance. However, there will now be a lot more room for creativity, and with quality return on investment comes into question more. In general, this can be regarded as a buff to beacons, which should help you progress quicker, especially in the earlier stages of the game, which again improves space age, being less tedious and more interesting. A detail that makes BossKit's implementation unreasonably exciting is that this behavior is defined by a very simple so-called profile table in Lua. This means mods can revert beacons to work like in 1.1, trivially implement beacon overload, make a beacon overload which allows overlapping, make beacon effect increase with beacon count, or just about anything else they can think of. I'm incredibly happy to have Irendel by my side, as you can probably tell by both of us writing this blog post too. Together we're able to make so many dreams become reality. A huge thank you also goes to BossKit, who listened to us and took regard when cleaning up the code to be ready for what we would want. We're all extremely proud to have finally found a way to make a change that many of you have called for over the years as well. We've heard you. All things just have their time and place. Let us know if you're as thrilled by the effect this change is about to transmit as we are. Let's launch the rocket. Let's launch the rocket. Alright, so maybe the change is not so bad. Maybe it's just me who had a bad approach. But at the very beginning it was like, why are you making things difficult? Do you really want to make things more difficult? And now, okay, it seems like it makes more sense than I thought. Alright. Alright. I'm mildly surprised they went with what is essentially a lookup table when they already have formulae for science costs. Oh dear. Alright, let's get back to Factorio then. What the lazy bots are doing, and lazy bots have built everything they could, apparently. Yeah, we need to move in another... Yeah, we need to add another roboport then. And of course, I don't have any electric balls, because why should I have any, right? Yeah. We know that, right? Let's get some electric balls. Okay, so maybe I was scared for no reason. Oof. Round affair. I don't even like floating point precision issues. The idea of truncating something to decimal is just compounded ick. Oh dear, oh dear. So it sounds like they are working on some last features, if I understood correctly. I am not checking the information often enough to look for any information on the release date, although it sounds like it's going to happen soon. Lauren likes the rest. Alright, so the most of the FFF was quite nice. Yeah, that's good to know. Maybe I shouldn't be scared as the casual player. It's just, oh, they're working on something. Oh, you're going to make it more complicated. Oh. So the first thoughts were like, yeah, why would you complicate things right now? Don't do that, please. And it seems like I was mistaken. But we'll see. Let's wait until the release. Everything can change. I mean, probably it won't change, but things can change. Oh, wait a minute. What's the problem with... What's the... Is half of my base dead? Wait, what's going on? What happens? Oh yeah, I can see what happened. Oh, I can see what happened. I can definitely see what happened. Yeah, we have some issues again. I think I know why. Is it because of the train again? Oh my god. I have to go read the response forum to see if anybody addresses it. Well, you might be the first one to address it. If there is nobody else, but I'm sure that somebody already addressed it already, so you can have a discussion. Oh no, Llama, what have you done? Again, I mean, it's not the first time, right? Not the first time. Yeah, but let's try to focus. Okay, I am adding something into the network, like the power network. That's what I meant. Yeah. I've got some questions. What happened in this spot? Oh no, probably there is some... Yeah, there is no oil. There is no oil. Are we getting the trains? Is this train coming like ever? No, 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 no. We don't have enough of the crude oil. This locomotive is loading very, very slowly, and this is the only one that goes towards this this new base. And I forgot to plug in the crude oil yield. This one. To this train stop. And this results in the lack of the crude oil. At least this is not the lack of the balance. I mean the balance. You know, the balance between the heavy oil, light oil, and petroleum gas. That's not the thing this time. The problem is the crude oil. We're not extracting enough this time. What about other places? In this case, okay, so at least part of the base is working, but that was very unwise to rely on the new setup without providing enough of the crude oil. So that's it, pretty much. But still, sad. That's sad. Okay, I can add something. So the base is working a little bit better. That's why I left some of these transport belts. So I am prepared for this kind of difficulties. Yeah. We're still using this as a source. Like, we are still producing something, and whatever comes out is still being used at this power plant, but I still have the backups that I didn't get rid of to make sure that the base is not going to reduce the energy production just like it did a moment ago. But at least there was something, like there was any type of energy provided, so things kind of work. But right now I will have to plug in a little bit more. So all of those inputs I had before, I just have to plug them in again. And probably the amount of stuff that we're producing is going to reduce quite a lot, because we're not producing a ton in here. But it's going to patch up the existing problem. So I'm not saying that the only issue with the energy is... The only source of the issues with the energy is the fact that the power plant is not big enough. There is always the problem with providing the energy. So I am aware of that. It's good that I have this back. Yeah, let's save it. Let's save it. So I won't forget to plug it in if the game would crash. And my Factorio has crashed like 2 times in the past months or so. I will be shocked if nobody has already, and if not in the forum, probably the Discord, but the Discord is a nightmare. Chat format is entirely inappropriate for some discussion types. Well, yeah, remember that everybody was switching to the Facebook groups in the past. It's quite similar in Discord at times. I remember the times when people who were hanging out on some forums that I was part of were like, let's make a Facebook group. Everybody has got Facebook accounts. Well, guess who didn't have Facebook account, by the way? And everybody was enforcing the Facebook use. And then a few years back, I don't remember when exactly it happened, people I know were like, oh no, I'm not using Facebook anymore, they are using my data and all of that stuff. I was like, yeah, now you're talking. So some people stopped using Facebook altogether. some are still enforcing the usage of it because of the Facebook groups. And I just cut ties in the way. Of course, I mentioned that, and I'm not saying that Discord is the same way. It's just, it was easier to find the information that you needed on this kind of classical forums instead of looking it up on Discord or on Facebook groups. Some things can get lost. I need to admit I don't even like to look through the posts on my Discord server or anybody else's Discord server. Sometimes it is quite annoying. Okay, you have the search feature. On the other hand, when you want to read through it, it needs to load all of the other messages, and if you're scrolling long enough, you know what I mean, right? It might get annoying at times. Alright, little guys, this time there is many more of you who are working on this part of the base. Good for you, little guys, good for you. When I was working on landfilling this area, this giant pond or a lake, about 30 bots were working on all of that, and they were extremely slow. Okay, in this case it is much easier because I have the separate stone patch that is used only for making the landfill and nothing else. If it gets used up, I mean, okay. It's still low power though. Let's see what is happening out there. Yeah, not all of the boilers got fuel, because there is the mixed amount of fuel. And if you're mixing too many types of fuel, they are waiting for anything, but then the other boilers are stealing the type that they are stacking inside. I wish we could add more of the fuel types. In vanilla, of course. Probably somebody made a mod that does it already. Because I would like to stack up on wood and all the other types of fuel at the boiler, but then prioritize which type of fuel I would like to use this time. And what that does, what that is using a few different sources of fuel, that you don't have to look at the boiler and see that it is using up the wood, so it is waiting to get the wood on the belt unless it has used up all of the wood, and then it's going to take the first item of the belt and then it is stacking up this item, right? So let's say it's switched to coal and then it is taking only coal off the belt. So why can't you just pick up everything and have a few different stacks for all different types of fuel? And then if you could just prioritize which one you should use first. Of course it would be too easy, and probably there is the reason why it is not made in vanilla, but probably somebody made a mod out of that already. And I just never took my time to check if there is a mod that does the thing that I would like for it to do. It's just thinking out loud. Nothing, yeah. I was going to say you could sort of address that by expanding the boiler's fuel inventory, but it would just get filled with the same thing. Yes, exactly. And I think about different types of fuel. So I wouldn't have to bother myself, okay, I got the mixed type of fuel on the belt, and my boilers are going to just ignore it, and the boilers far away to the west are going to use it when they use up their stack that they already have, and then they will switch to whatever they have. I'm not saying that this makes game extremely difficult or something like that. It's just, I don't know, kind of quality of life little thing. It's not necessarily needed. It's just, you know, train of thoughts. Honestly, you could effectively introduce that by adding a side boiler area that uses splitters to belt sort fuels. That would bother people who feel like they need exact ratios. I would like to make it a little bit more simple. It would get you the end effect of letting you shove any fuel into the line and have it get used. Yeah, but you need to throw it into the line. What if you don't have enough of the resource of this type? In my case, there is not enough of the resource of any type that would provide fuel. Yeah. This base is broke, guys. Look, we're using up all of that wood that I have thrown in, that I was cutting down while trying to make some space for this setup probably, and some other places. I told you it's going to be useful in the future, and now it's the time to introduce that wood into the boilers. Well, well, well. Oh, by the way, wait for it. We had a bump in here, and I need to get rid of this bump. But I will do it manually. Oh, I know, because sometimes the spider moves a little bit. This is why I have this bump. It's nothing. It's nothing. Llama, don't bother yourself with that. It's okay. It's okay. There's no reason to panic. But how big do I want for this to be? Of course, it's not going to change it. Like, the bigger water area is not going to change the fact that the water will fill faster or anything. Well, I just want to make sure that I can squeeze some more of the pumps in if possible. And let's try to save some fishies, by the way. The more fishies we save, the better. From now on, roughly, I marked the area that I want to be landfilled, and I would like to leave this stripe of water. For the pumps, if I will not get enough of the pumps, then I might landfill a little piece so I could squeeze in another pump. That was the idea. And then, yeah, the rest should be landfilled. Simple as that. Let's not forget to save all of the fish. Maybe I can try to make it bigger to make it quicker. And we will be waiting for the bots to do what they are supposed to do. They still have some range going on there. And also we don't have a lot of electricity, remember. So I will try to kind of save up on the energy if I can. And probably it's affecting the landfill production, because there is low energy, so the drills are working slower. Yeah, everything will be working a little bit slower from now on. That's fine. As long as the base still works and there is no complete shutdown of the base, I am okay with that. Just needs a little bit of time. It needs a little bit of patience. Actually, the water reminded me of something. I finally decided to watch the Fallout series with Laser. I mentioned that a few times already. So you probably have heard that I have never played the series myself. Laser haven't played the Fallout series either. So we weren't sure if you can just jump into it, like start watching and you will know what's going on. And I've heard some things about the series in general. Let's say that at least in the first game in the series, the bottle caps were the currency. That's something I knew. But nothing else, really. I knew that in one of the next Fallout games, there was a character with a dog. That's all I know about the series, pretty much. And actually, it seems to be a very, very interesting one. Of course, there is a little bit too much of the blood, and some effects look quite cheap in my opinion. But it looks fun. I need to admit it looks fun. We have watched about 3 episodes so far. And why I mention about that? When I am using landfill on this water, I think about some certain water monster that looks like axolotl that was in one of the episodes. I won't spoil it for you if somebody haven't watched the series, but I need to admit that this was one of the scenes that I actually enjoyed in the way, maybe because of the scenery that was so nice and green. Yeah. And the monster was done quite nice in comparison to some other effects that I have seen in the series so far. I guess that I can confirm, as somebody who never played Fallout series, that you can watch it even if you haven't played the series, and you can have fun. Just remember, collect your bottle caps while there is still time. That's the piece of advice that I would give you for today. If I could give you an advice, just stock up on your bottle caps. Because you never know what the future will bring. Yeah. And I don't know if I have resolved the plot already, but when I watched the first hour of the first season, knowing about this one character that was introduced later, I'm talking about the ghoul guy, I think that I came up with the idea for the plot, which is probably not extremely difficult to figure out, but still I am looking forward to see if it is true what I predicted, and even if it's going to be as predictable as I think it can be, the series is still very enjoyable to watch, which is quite surprising, I need to admit, you know, that I try to avoid watching any series, any TV series, you know, online series, because usually you get into season 1, then season 2 is okay, season 3 is like meh, but you still watch it, and then the rest is getting boring and boring and more boring and more bizarre just to confuse you and try to watch the series, but you don't really want to anymore, but you feel like you want to finish the series. Something like that. Yeah. Or when you watch some series, but they drop the idea and they are not releasing the next season even if they planned to. Alright, let's check the power plant right now. What's happening here? Well, it's not working 100%. Yes, because we're lacking resources in this area. Let's check if the ratios are okay. The crude oil amount is good. In this case, I have nothing to worry about for now. All of the refineries seem to work. Although they work really slowly because I see that they are low on power. Well, these chemical plants can't work any faster. And also we could borrow a little bit of this fuel from the rocket. This goes directly to the rocket silo. And we don't necessarily want to launch the rockets anymore, am I right? Oh, we have launched 2 rockets. So there is something going on in here after all. But I'd say... I would like to reverse one of these stack inserters. And forgive me if I am tapping E all the time and I get the character view and crafting view, but I got used to RimWorld so much. And when you use QE, you are... you're actually rotating the stuff in RimWorld, and I got so used to that I am tapping E automatically. Alright, just move it around, and we will stack up on the rocket control units, but we're not going to launch any rockets. And this way we're going to save up. Of course, the space science is still going to be used somehow if we use the mining productivity. The ways to expand are... oh, we got some issues with expansion from now on. And all of these beacons are using some energy, so maybe I would just turn it off until I figure some stuff out, because we got like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 lines are in use, but this one might not be in use. And if we cut out this part, of course we're not saving a lot of the energy, but whatever we can do in this case, the best thing would be to have a separate network that would start the production of... okay. I have this extremely stupid idea. You know what, guys? Maybe it's not a bad thing after all to try to set up solar-powered network to power up the production of the fuel that would power up the main power plant. I'm cheating right now. I said at the beginning of the stream that I'm not going to go solar, but what if we want to go solar just to power up this minimum amount, you know? Because right now the refineries are working slowly. They're low on power. If they're low on power, they will work slower than usual. Their output will be decreased. And by the way, in this case, it would be nice to check Yeah, the electricity is slow. They barely produce anything. See, they barely produce stuff. And everything in the spots. Okay, let's get there. I have to save the situation. I have to save this base. I didn't expect I will have the problem that is so big. Because I didn't expect that the source of the crude oil is in danger for our new oil cracking base. So that started the issue. So before we even get to smelting, we need to work on the power. It's still related to smelting though, at least in my opinion. Let's try to move this thing around to make sure that we are... How can I do this so it looks the least awful? How to make it the least awful solution? I think I have it already. Okay, so let's flip it. Like let's switch it to the other side, and everything else, this will get back because we need to. Let's cut out any production from the rocket silo. The rocket silo was a problem anyway. And we know that it is just taking a lot of electricity and there is no need to use it, right? It would be the best to just cut the connection, pretty much. Let's see. If we have it, well, there is something at the bottom. No, this is empty. I have the idea to landfill in this spot, but this is not the priority. I could just turn off. Yeah, let's get rid of this power pole. And another one. Even if we're not going to stack up on the control units. I'm here to help to build stuff. Orangachuan, you arrived at the best moment then. Good to see you. Oh, I got bonked. Hello, how have you been? Thanks for the bonk. Life is good. Life is good when you get bonked in the head, am I right? It's been a while, was it? How are you? Oh, by the way, you're still very much alive in the RimWorld playthrough. And you're one of my best holders. Is it Rocket Hype? No, this is Rocket Disconnected Hype. This is not eating my electricity anymore. Yeah, I am getting that problem again. That problem. Okay, so what do you think, guys? Going solar just to power up the production of the fuel. To power up the power plant. Because right now it is quite awful again. Yeah. But I don't want to go full solar. I mean, I dislike solar panels quite a lot. It's hard to tell. I'm okay. That's good. Okay means, you know, it's stable. Okay sounds great. It doesn't have to be awesome, but all you need is okay at times, right? What are you playing lately, Orangachuan? Are you playing Factorio? Because you said that you're here to help build stuff, or maybe you're playing some other game. There are sales on Steam again, and I have seen some really big sale on Hades game and some other stuff. And every time when I'm getting an email like this, I'm like, okay, yeah, that's nice. Until the next sale. Yeah, I just try to avoid them. Here, fishies, fishies. Oh, Magic the Gathering Arena. Nice, you're farming the cards then. I know that you have been playing it for quite a while, right? And there were some daily challenges, if I'm not mistaken, at least in the past. And by saying in the past, I say like a few years ago. Got it ages ago. I'm about 98% done. With all of the achievements, 98% done, or with the story? I've heard that this is quite a difficult game. On the other hand, my friends were tempting me to play it, to try it. Hey, this is a nice game, but I don't know. I've got this one friend who is a huge fan of this game, and they're like, Loreen, you have to try this game. Have you heard of it? It's so awesome. And of course they're right, but I don't know if it's good for the casual players. Oh no, oh no, 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 fishies, 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 stop fishies. I need to get all of the fishies from here. And now I am using the useful electricity for the sake of landfilling this area. I feel a little bit guilty about it at this time. Like, yeah, I shouldn't do that. I need to save up on energy because this base barely gets any energy, right? Yeah. Oh, this is awful, guys. This is awful. Base game is fine. You can add difficulties to it once you have beaten one run. Those can escalate quite quickly. Do you think that it is quite easy to beat the easy mode? When there is this kind of dexterity thing going on in the games, I don't like to add the difficulty. I prefer to add some difficulty when it comes to brain challenge a little bit, or if there is some kind of this kind of challenge that depends on difficult choices, like morally difficult choices, survival kind of choices, but not necessarily those that are based on your general dexterity. If that makes any sense what I'm talking about. I hope it does make some sense. In a way, oh no, little guys, you don't have a spot in here. Of course not. But let me fix that. Which is going to consume even more of the electricity that we don't have. Big brain, Llama, big brain. But this is all an investment. This is energy investment for the future base. I just need to produce more and turn off what we don't need. Well, we could cut out landfill production. We just need to have more electricity to plug it into the oil production, and in this case I have some other idea. Maybe not going solar. I mean, solar would be the best, but if we could make maybe not self-sustainable, but kind of self-sustainable in a way, part of the base, of course it wouldn't be fully independent because we need the crude oil source, and without the crude oil source it is not going to be fully independent. But let's try to think of a solution that this power plant is powering up only this part of the base, only the oils, and only oils are going to be provided to this power plant, and something else is going to be produced somewhere else and is going to provide for the other parts of the base, for the rocket launch. Or maybe this area would be this thing. But we need to add another source of the crude oil in this case, because this train cannot handle it. And I couldn't see that really, because this train was the one who would always never get unloaded in this case. So I never had any idea how fast these crude oil tanks will have to be refilled. And right now I can see that these pump jacks are barely making it, and probably even if the electricity would be higher, they would be barely making it anyway. Because this is very, very small yield. Very small one. Oh, there is another one. But I don't think this is supporting the base properly. What about this area? Is this train working? Yes, it's working automatically. Never mind. Never mind. I thought that maybe I have set one of the trains into the manual mode and forgot to turn it into the automatic mode or something like that, but no, not in this case. Let's check this one. Yes, it's automatic as well. Let's check the third train that is using the crude oil, and this one. I wouldn't be surprised if this one would be barely making it. Of course, the electricity is still low, but yeah, this one is automatic as well. I was so focused on trying to get the beacons done, and probably I am challenging my base quite a lot because of all of those beacons and all of these speed modules. But I have seen it when some time has passed, because more of the crude oil was needed and I wasn't able to provide enough of the crude oil. What's the general summary of this? It's never enough. Yes, and I forgot to plug in this part that I wanted. Where is it? So the idea is a little bit different. We split it in here. We add the belt. And as much as it looks awful, of course it does look awful, we're going to plug it in like this, and we will get at least some of it out. Even if it's only one side of the belt, we can add it to the other side of the belt, like rotating is not the same as in RimWorld. I really got interested in the RimWorld quite a lot lately, guys, so expect longer RimWorld sessions in the future, because I was able to talk to Laser for much longer recently, and I have learned some cool stuff. I hope I will be able to show you, and maybe this is going to make the Salty Colony number 3 work much better from now on. So I've learned about the ingredient radius for the builds that you set up, and also that you can just drop stuff, and when you drop stuff, sometimes it gets put on the shelves automatically if you do it right. And I've learned some little things like that, so that's quite nice. And also Laser plays quite a lot of RimWorld lately, So I can just watch him play or ask about some random things that I have in mind, or about some technologies that I never used, especially the basic ones that you should use for the steel obtaining and other items, for the caravan farming, for the quests making and stuff like that. So I was talking to Laser quite a lot about that. Oh no, guys, I can see that we need to increase the output of the resources. Come on. It ain't much, but it's an honest work. It's something. It's something. But still, the electricity levels are very, very, very low. Unfortunately. Yeah. But I will just roll with it then. Okay, so if this is squished in between two ponds, I mean, one of them is partially landfilled. What if this area would supply only this part of the base and the other part of the base, on only the oil-related part of the base, and this power plant that I'm planning here is going to supply the rest of the base. So I would still keep the power plants, like the steam powered power plants. I wouldn't use solar panels, that I don't like because they take a lot of space. But then I will try to have a separate network for the crucial part that is providing the fuel to the electricity network. That sounds like we can just repurpose this power plant in the future. Okay, I will just try to landfill the area first, and then the copper smelting. Everything is supposed to end up as copper smelting improvement, but I can see that there are many, many more issues on to-do list, as always. Are you, by the way, are you requesting stuff? Are you requesting as much as you can? There is a problem with the requests as well. There is 300 landfill pieces, over 300 pieces that are supposed to be delivered, and we're requesting 5k because there is nothing else the logistic robots can do. Like, they're quite lazy, they don't have much to do. And there is, yes, there is the ingredient shortage that has its source in electricity shortage, and it has its source in the crude oil problem. So while I'm waiting for this to be landfilled, because I don't want to landfill it myself, I don't care, I can try to do something to plug in this yield as a source of the crude oil, like permanent source that won't be used as the train based. So no train, just you know, plugged in resource directly into this. So maybe we will add like a pipe from the west, and then we're going to use the pump to throw things into the storage tank. That's the easiest part, I think. The easiest way I can do it. So how can we do it? Where is the mole part? And I believe we got pump jacks, do we? And now I'm going to be either surprised in a negative way or in a positive way. Have I thought about making these? Yes. Okay, this time I was. So at least the pump jacks have been made. So let's request 100 maybe. Well, this time I was lucky. Or 120, it doesn't matter. Let's pick up some of the pipes, but mostly I want pipes to ground. And then what will we need? I think that we will need some of the storage tanks. I mean, let's take let's take just like 1 stack. But I'm not going to use a lot. I'm going to use like maybe 4, maybe 8. And in this case, do we want a chest? No. Do we want pumps? We want pumps. But pumps are supposed to be on to-do list because I have to add it to the mall part. In this case, we have to make the pumps. But at least I can afford that. And we will use about, I don't know, 4, I think. We will use about 4. And electric poles. We need more electric poles. Do we have more? We do have more this time. Great. Little Spidertron is holding up everything for me. Well, that loading doesn't look very good. I hope that this yield is going to kind of save my base for now. And maybe we should check if there are any more sources of the oil for future use. Oh, by the way, if you want to get your name on the map, you can definitely do that. Just trigger the name in the game and tell me, hey, I want my name in the transport belts or something else. But please not the rocket silos, okay? So we got 1 yield here and another one here, and that's why I set up the train. Also, I wanted to use up the train in the south that was never used, that was never unloaded, that I never knew about. And for this case, and even this yield is not having the best time. There is a chance that these storage tanks for the crude oil, that this crude oil will not be enough. But of course we are not using enough of the electricity to be able to tell, because you can see that those pump jacks are really slow right now. Alright, it's time to save the day. First, let's just spread a few pump jacks around, and I really wanted to place them here. Alright, little guys. Good for you. Thank you for your help. And we have some neighbors that I don't plan to attack this time. And also there is some yield that I was interested in, but I don't know how big is it. And do I really want to get close? Well, I got some personal lasers. I don't really want to get there. Just want to see how big this yield is. There is a chance it's gonna be bigger. Llama, why are you doing this? Okay, it's 3K. I mean, that's fine. That's okay. That's okay. We will plug this in at some point, but first let's get this done. I just wanted to check. Casually check. But on one of the last stream I added the personal laser defense. That made me a little bit, just a tiny bit more confident that I can fight the biters. But I'm still not willing to do that too much. And it will be, in this case it's going to be similar. Oh, come on. Let's plug everything into one. Into one pipe system. If I can, I would like to make it the same. Alright, so if this gets plugged in, okay, what about this little guy? Maybe not this way, but this way. And you can't reach. And sometimes the heads of the Spidertron is moving in the way that I misclick a lot. if I haven't misclicked, it should align really nicely, and we will use pump at the very end of it. Like here. We will connect it all together, use one pump, and then we will cut through some trees. In the meantime, the trees are going to be used up for the wood source, so no big deal, I can use it up as always. When we use it up, maybe it's going to help the base a little bit, but no, nothing is going to help this base other than the additional source of the crude oil. But yeah, it would be nice to disconnect something. I told you in the past, guys, that it would be great to have this kind of backup area that would allow me to cut out unnecessary energy sources, like the energy usage areas. Let's say we're not doing any research or we're not producing certain items, just to make sure that we can power up the crucial parts of the base. Guess who haven't made it? I am going to regret this a lot. I already regret this a lot. But it's no use crying over spilled crude oil. Or the crude oil that you can't spill because you don't even have it. It's something. Yeah, that's something. At least I try to make it in a grid. At least I want to make it pretty. This one time. Well, I knew that. I knew that. It's fine. It's fine. So all of it is going to be connected right now. Let's try to... Do we have the construction planner? Yes, we got the construction planner for all of the trees. Let's try to collect as many trees as we can. Because right now we need those. Okay, little guys, help me with getting them. Now, the pump. So if I use the pump that I already have, yeah. This time I didn't hit E, guys. Finally. What do we do next? I don't see any underground pipes. Have I already used all of them? Come on. Unbelievable. Outrageous. But I was sure I picked up enough. Not this time. Do we exist in the network? Not really. To get to this area, to this new oil area, it is quite difficult for the logistic bots to get there because they lack the electricity. And of course, there is the general lack of electricity. Oh, maybe I can save up. You know what I can save up on? This new area. I have some of the roboports that I could disconnect, possibly, that I don't need. Maybe this is what I should do. And then later I'm going to regret this even more. Okay, the bots are somewhat working with what they have. Yummy wood, of course! Wood is the best source of energy. By the way, where is it? Have they collected it and took it somewhere else? Or do we have it in trash slots? Yeah, we got some in trash slots. Alright, wait for it, wait for it. At least we're going to load one boiler. Let's use the opportunity. Let's load at least one boiler with that stuff. It ain't much, but it's an honest work. These are the most difficult moments. If I want to be, or if somebody else wants to be very stubborn about the general lack of the solar panel network or the nuclear power plant, you can't really get to the point where your energy is so low and you can't increase the production of the fuel because you lack the electricity and everything is getting produced much slower. And this is exactly what I get into once again. Did you take some stuff from me? Okay, I put pipes to ground in the trash slots. Oh my god. Okay. No. That wasn't the plan. Oh my god. Why I haven't checked the trash slots? Okay. Let's save the game. You silly llama. You silly llama. So now it's the kind of limbo state. We got some electricity, but we don't have enough to produce more fuel. And we need to add it from the outside, which means maybe we should add some more wood from the outside, but this is not enough, obviously. Brownouts are the worst. Damn. But at least it's just the base is still working. At least it's working. It's not the full shutdown. We can't allow for the base to shut down immediately. That's it. The rest, I will handle it. We just need to provide, okay, even if those pump jacks are working really slow, they will be working really slow. And they are not even providing anything right now because their electricity level is interesting, but they don't really do anything. They wait for space in destination, so they got max consumption, but they don't have the minimum consumption. So they will have less of the electricity in use when they finally start working. Right now, they don't have anything to work with in the first place. Oh no, wait. Yeah. Please help me, bots. Yep, all of the sweet wood is going to be used in the future. Yes. And I don't know how often should I place the pumps, but in this case I care. And I swear, guys, I've learned how to hit E for RimWorld, and I can't forget about it for some unknown reason. And I hit E all the time when I want to rotate. Which is counterintuitive, of course. When you use R, you know that you're rotating, but it's just muscle memory from now on. If we add the output right there, let's check. So this is my input. And I want to use the pump to place it here and to squeeze things in, and the other pumps are going to squeeze things in, so it's not going to backtrack. Or at least that's what I think. And then we're going to have things connected like this, but I think this needs a pump here as well. Maybe there are too many pumps on the way, but I don't mind as long as we're going to provide a nice flow of the crude oil, even if it's not going to be much. Let's just start the production. If we start the production right there, this is my main oil refinery area that is making exclusively fuel. This is only fuel related. So whatever we make, if we make the petroleum gas, it makes the solid fuel. If we produce the light oil, it's making the rocket fuel. And if we are using the heavy oil, it's being made directly into the solid fuel. Again, I am not trying to crack it, just the simplest way, just get things done, just output some more fuel. And if this solution fails, just like it did fail, well, now it's understandable why the whole base has stopped. But maybe we will increase the electricity availability soon. And we just need to keep going. And it would be nice to place radar right there, by the way. And it would be nice to place the lamps, even if it uses up the electricity. I just can't see later, so maybe we should, yeah. I shouldn't be so stubborn about the lamps. You're not using so much of the electricity. Of course, in this case, anything is making a difference, pretty much. But 2 lamps are not going to change anything. 2 or 4 lamps. And also we need the radar somewhere in the middle. The radars are not put in the grid at all. Oh, wait. Let's pick up some wood. Would you like to provide the electricity for this lovely factory? Yes, please. I love those blue trees, the red trees. I don't know which ones are better, but all of them are going to be very useful in the boilers. I've got over 800 hours in Factorio, and I still struggle with this quite easy task, I think, to provide enough of the electricity so we are not shutting down the base all over again. And which energy crisis is that? Because I forgot. I lost count already. Of course, there are many things that are challenging the base. There is logistic network already. We're working on the landfill. We have to produce all of this landfill. I tried to build bigger structures. I tried to use beacons, and I think that the beacons were the main reason why the electricity consumption has grown, but also there was other electricity consumption that was just not there yet because we are not producing enough at the later stages of the production chain. So before the machines got activated, the ones that are providing everything on the other stages of the factory, and they are providing all of the materials for the rocket silo and or the research. Before that, something breaks, so everything else doesn't work and is in that, that waiting stage, so it is consuming less of the electricity than when it would be used. So half of the base, or probably more, has stopped anyway because we're not producing enough of the items at the very early stage of the production. And right now, to add to that, we got the electricity issues that is coming from the lack of crude oil. At least I can identify the issues. But maybe we can fix those issues. We are getting some nice amount of crude oil, I can see that. And it is not backtracking because we're pumping all of that. And of course it's low power, but at least the refineries are working, and there is some kind of steady stream of fuel. Some kind of steady amount of fuel that is flowing. And now let's see how it affects the base. Are we ready to place it on the on the very, very far away areas of the base? Is everything getting stolen? There are two inputs for the same thing. It doesn't make any sense. This shouldn't be mixed together like this. I should redo that, by the way. So this belt is getting more of the fuel, and this input is getting full, but it is not used. What about the others? This one is not doing well. This one is not doing well. They have its source mostly. The last one has its source only in the original production, and there is a lot of splitting, you know, just random splitting. And in this case, we're not getting a lot anymore because we had some splits before. Well, at the least the accumulators are storing enough of the energy for the inserters, so this is something I don't have to worry about. At least this part is never disappointing me. But now we just need to wait for this. We can't increase this flow really, because the amount of the product we get, of the crude oil, like not even the product, the resource, this is enough for the oil refineries to work. They just need more electricity. Well, we will have to just work through that. And maybe cut off some of the parts that are consuming the most of the energy. I already turned off the rocket silo, and let's see what takes the most energy in 1 hour, maybe? Yes, guys! I told you, beacons. Beacons. Hurts to see that. But what if I would disconnect? Let's try to disconnect those beacons. It's gonna hurt. But they are providing the copper exclusively to the electronic parts. So if we get rid of this, oh, that's gonna hurt. I mean, that was easy to predict that this is going to be one of the sources. But if we want to kickstart the production of the fuel, I have to do that. So I knew this is the thing. Thank you, Laser, for the reminder to stay hydrated. Sometimes I forget to drink water. Thank you, thank you. Well, it's gonna hurt. Okay, we disconnect this part. And this part. And then the rest is dependent on these two points. So probably if they are going to be deconstructed, then all of this production is going to be stopped. And of course, it's not going to resolve the issue because we won't produce any copper for the green chips to be produced. But at least we're going to save up on some energy. Let's see how it works. And if the lazy bots are coming... If the lazy bots are coming... Are the lazy bots coming? Yep, one of them is coming. Let's call them Frank. Good job, Frank. Good job. And now the second one. This is Alfred. Alfred did the great job as well. And now let's see what is the electricity consumption. And now the problem is resolved. I told you we are not ready for beacons. And I wish I could just disable the placement, just like you disallow the building in RimWorld. So you place the blueprints, but you don't allow the bots to build it, to place the item. I could just place the beacons without worrying about it. But then I got stubborn, and this is how it ended up. So we're not ready for this part. And of course, if all of this copper is going to get used, then the production of the green circuits is gonna stop, then the production of red circuits is gonna stop, and half of my base is not going to work. But then we will have more electricity and more opportunities to actually start producing the fuel, because we will have more electricity. And it resulted in getting more electricity for the oil refineries. It was quite brutal, but this is what I had to do in order to just get more of the output, more of the fuel output, and stack up on the fuel, if possible, of course. Well, I'm not very happy about that, but it was the best choice I could make for now. Everything works faster, and that's what matters. Still not ready for beacons. Well... I could deconstruct all of the beacons and leave the space for them, but then later I might not be able to find the blueprints in order to place them. You know, I just wanted to have all of it in one spot, and maybe I will be able to add one line only and nothing else. Something like that. Maybe I will find the way. Yes, I knew that beacons use a lot of power, and see, at least we're getting to the very, very last boilers that have the chance to consume some of this yummy, yummy fuel. But still, it's a bummer. Too many beacons have been added, and it's a bit unfair what I have done, basically. It was a bad decision. I need to live with it somehow. Let's try to change things around a little bit so I can add. So I can add more of the fuel from this build. Well, what a bummer. But it was easy to predict the beacons are going to be the issue. Of course, I knew that, but I was stubborn, just trying to power through that, and the power was gone. Now the issue is gone. No beacons, no issues. And of course, half of the base is not going to work right now. Wait, unless... No. I wanted to say unless...
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Daimler Llama propulsion? Why do people call them spiders? They should be double llamas.
I know. Unexcedral, thank you for resubscription. 49 months. Let's have some love and hype and hearts in the chat for 49 months of wearing the fancy sunglasses. How have you been, Unexedral? What are your plans for the weekend? I just had to shut down my newest beacon setup because it was straining my base. It was eating all of the electricity. Well, who would have fought again, right? 1 versus 1 mean Factorio when? Oh, Has, you would win immediately! Come on! What kind of competition am I? But we can cooperate if you want to. Has, good to see you in the chat. Let's have a shout out to a lovely streamer who is playing a lot of Dwarf Fortress, who is a variety streamer, who is an awesome human goblin being that you definitely need to follow. I really enjoyed their sense of humor, so you better follow them to not miss out on really fun stuff. Oh, by the way, when you're going to play Battle Brothers again, I miss the salamis, bro! I think there is Factorio Team Deathmatch. Oh, so with me in the team, you're definitely not going to win the deathmatch. But 1 versus 1, if you think of, I mean, you would win this instantly, come on. I am a very weak enemy. I admit that. I'm a very casual Factorio player. I'm just trying to avoid my base from getting hurt again because of no electricity. How many times you can make the same mistake? Apparently you can. My weekend is already fully booked. I am at work for the Easter day. Thank you for asking. Alright, so you're at work, damn. But I hope you will have free time, that you will get some time to rest afterwards, so yeah, if it's booked, it's booked. But I hope that life is treating you well, Unexedral. That's all I want to say. That you will find a little bit of time to properly rest, to eat something nice, to chill, to play some Factorio, or some other game if you want to. I will Battle Brother again when Battle Brothers stops missing 95% hits 4 times in a row. But you played XCOM and you played Darkest Dungeon. So I don't understand that salt. Because I felt the salt train incoming. It will be a nice day. Everyone will be chilling at work. Oh, alright. So if there won't be much work, then okay. Chilling at work is not as good as chilling at home, but still, if you will have this opportunity, go for it, yeah. I just hope that you're healthy, that you're well. It's always nice to see you, and etc. And also, thanks for supporting me for so many months. I really appreciate that, guys. Okay, what about... See, the fuel is coming. Finally. Look at that. Look at that. Okay, but I think that this repurposing is not going to be such a stupid idea. And now we get to 200 megawatts. Who would have thought that the boilers are going to work when the beacons are going to be turned off? Come on. I will allow a 95% miss. It's funny. In a row, though, not so much. I know, Has. I just enjoy watching you playing Battle Brothers. Because I am not sure if I would be ready for this salt myself. I had enough on XCOM. 97% of the chance to hit, and you have no idea if you're gonna hit or not? Yeah. Although I have good memories with XCOM, even if we had like veteran no reloading. Oh, these were good times. So many games to play, so little time. But I need to admit that I feel inspired by you, Haz. When I watch you playing Battle Brothers, I just like watching you playing this game. Well, the landfill is not coming anytime soon. That's not a lot of landfill. Oh, Llamas. This is bad. Of course, I'm not using all of the resource. This stone source is going towards the science as well, and I'm not giving it up for the landfill anymore. I deconstructed everything that was all of the assembling machines that were making the landfill here, because we got the special landfill area in this spot. And these mining drills, finally they got enough of the electricity. Now the base is working well. Just cut out the rocket silo, cut out all of the beacons, and the base is working. My mouse and keyboard don't like me playing them though. I know. It will be the same amount of work as in any other day, but no one will bother ramping up for the holidays. Yes, okay. I mean, a 5% chance is pretty awesome in itself. Yeah. It's just fun to watch Haz playing it, even if I haven't seen him playing it a lot lately, but yeah. I mean, I feel you, man, and I understand that you might feel frustrated over this game. I have heard that it is very difficult. I have seen that this is difficult, but you're a very good player. You're playing Dwarf Fortress like a pro. So, what is Battle Brothers to you? Also, the salamis just need help. Think of the salamis! Not when it ends your run. I know. It's not like I'm not getting salty myself over things like that. Of course I do. I just think about it as a strategic big brain. You know what I mean? Big squishy brain. Like this. I mean, 625 parts per million chances is awesome. That's always a chance. You can't give up. People play in the lotteries when there is very, very low chance to win, and they do it anyway. So you can play Battle Brothers or XCOM or anything like that without feeling guilty. Get all of the fish. Yeah. We're saving all of the fish, by the way. If you haven't noticed, guys, because it's very important to me to get more spider thrones in the future, and also I just don't want for them to be wasted. Not waste the fish. Oh, I can't imagine when my bots are going to landfill this area, and of course this is not the place where I should do anything about that. Like, I just have to leave it? The bots will do that? Or will not do that? It's just like, whatever. They will do that when they do that. Oh, fishy, please, stay alive. Stay alive and listen. Will you please grace us with a small base tour? Unfortunately, I missed the latest developments. Well, you You can call it a development in the way. Let me introduce you to the Llama's Agoraphobic Megabase. So the Llama's Agoraphobic Megabase looks like a regular base to the regular player, but to Llamas, it's a Megabase!
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Our champion, Mr. M, is back!
Hello llamas, how's it going?
It's
Glory
going!
high.
What about you, Mr. M? How is your work? Actually, your training? I always forget how do you call this. But let's call it work. How is it going? How is life? How is everything? Alright, so let's start with the base itself. It doesn't look much bigger than before. But if I can point some of the improvements, I am trying to add more of the trains in general. So there is still the main spot. Another nerd, thanks for the bunk. There is still the area, the main area for the oil production, and most of it is producing the plastic and other stuff just like it did before. But then all of the oil that has been provided to it is being provided with the trains. So the trains are loading the crude oil onto it, but there is additional separate... Oh, by the way, if you want your name, you can redeem the name in the game and tell me, hey, I want my name. So I will add it to the map. There is additional spot with the oil refineries that is based on making the fuel. It makes the fuel only. And one of the things that is something I haven't noticed yet until today is that we didn't have enough of the crude oil. The reason for that is that the train that is coming here comes from the southern part, the southern crude oil yield, and it loads really, really slowly, which I would never figure out because this train was unused before. When we unload the crude oil with those trains, there were two spots for the trains to just chill and wait until they are unloaded, and that train from the south was never in use. So I had no idea how fast the storage tanks are going to be loaded with crude oil. So I used this locomotive to bring all of this crude oil to the new part of the base, I mean the new oil cracking part of the base, which is making 100% fuel, no matter if this is the petroleum gas, if this is the light oil, if this is heavy oil, it only makes some kind of fuel, either the solid fuel or the rocket fuel, but it always makes fuel, nothing else. So we didn't have enough of the fuel in the storage tanks right there. And also I decided to add up to the production in general, and I wanted to make the exclusive production of copper plates for additional production of the green circuits. And in this case, I wanted to start adding the beacons, and the beacons are eating tons of electricity. So two things have made my base not really stop, but the base was slowly reducing this electricity to such a low level that it almost stopped working on today's stream. So I had to cut out this additional production of copper, so I wouldn't use all of these beacons with all of the level 3 speed modules. Okay, not all of them are level 3, but all of those speed modules and all of these beacons. Yes, it's definitely using up a lot. And then the fact that this part of the base was plugged into this power plant and is mostly filling it with the fuel was not working because we were not getting enough of the crude oil that I started just taking from other areas as well. So I plugged in this yield directly, so I don't have to use any train. And this is the main source of the crude oil from now on, with the additional amount from this part of the base that, as I said before, is loading the train really, really slowly. So my base is starting to work after a little crisis. Yeah. But it's okay. It's okay. Alexandra, thank you for redeeming the name in the game. We're going to make your name with the belts. I hope you don't mind. So this is like the latest developments, and there is a lot more of trains in general. Also, we have a separate site for the assembling machines that are making the landfill exclusively, and also all of this pond have been finally landfilled, and there was supposed to be VIP super exclusive copper smelting for circuits, which is the title of today's stream, but something went wrong, as you can tell. Yeah, something definitely went wrong, as usual. Oh, Llama. Oh, Llama. I knew that this base is not ready for beacons. I just didn't want to leave the space for beacons and misclick something and that... Well, I brought this to myself. Let's be honest. I brought this to myself. Let's have some hype in the chat, guys, for Mr. M, subscribing for 18 months. Thank you for your support, guys. Thank you so much. Where is my thank you, redeem? Yeah, here it is. Here it is. Thank you. I am going to assemble your name, Alexandra. Give me a moment. At least we got A-N. And we got... What's the distance? I believe that it's two belts. Now you didn't have to build it right away. Okay, never mind. While I am adding the letters, I will read the chat because I am missing stuff. At least we got a few letters already. Okay, maybe I shouldn't add this letter before I add K, because you will call me out on this. Let's add E. Yeah? Yeah, thanks for the hype. Internship has been fine. I'm back from the camping. I was staying out for a week. Oh, yeah. I believe that you mentioned that before. But if you would like to add some details, I would love to listen. How did you spend that time? Did you have fun? You know, whatever you would like to share. I'm looking for the letters. We're almost finished. I should have like the full alphabet. Somewhat close to me. You are a fuel. Oh, wow. Trees are friends, and I have the right to burn my friends. In game. Okay, let's get this part for L. And we're almost done, llamas. I brought this to myself. Welcome to Factorio. I mean, yes. Yes, but actually no. It's just small brain. In my case. Small brain. And now we need to come up with K. How would we do that? Something similar to N, I'd say. At least we will have the first K ever. Yep. One, two. Yep. Soon. Where is the middle? Roughly in the spots. Yeah, there is the chance that it will look okay-ish. I am afraid that it looks more like an X, but we'll see how it looks like in the... Yeah! That K is wonky. But it's very similar to R. I think I know how can I make this better. Slightly better. Just this bottom part, like this. And it looks less wonky. Yay! Exactly, half an hour. Just like that. Thank you for redeeming your name! Alright. And sorry that there is no reward for Factorio. It's just I forget about it, you know. You can also add the green modules. The efficiency modules will really help you reducing a big chunk of power usage until you build some more power generation. I could try do that on Excedral. There is a problem though. I never make the green modules. So in this case, I will have to put a lot of my own energy into manually producing the efficiency modules. So yeah. That's something that bothers me a little bit. But I might want to try it. You're right, I might want to try it. At the least I won't have to turn off everything, and all of these efficiency modules, I can squeeze them somewhere later. There is a chance that it's gonna work. If I want to plug in the, you know, this super VIP exclusive area, yeah. Maybe I would put green modules into everything, because for beacons, I know that for beacons you cannot put the productivity modules in. No, I need to take them out. I need to start with taking them out. So VIP that even all of us can't use it. Yes, yes, exactly. Your power plant alone is more advanced than by most advanced factory. I can't believe that, Has. I can't believe that. So we need to play together. If you want to, we can play together, but as cooperation. And we can see... Okay, I challenge you, Has. Who's gonna make bigger spaghetti base? I challenge you! Okay, this is the challenge I can take. Who's gonna make bigger spaghetti base in Factorio? But in the meantime, you have to be able to launch the rocket. Well, I went for a week. As the trains weren't running, only really used it for sleeping, and most of the time after I was done for the day, I walked or bicycled through the city. I've also bought a manga yesterday in one of the only stores that was still open after 7. Nice! What kind of manga is that? Maybe Laser would be interested in reading it. Or somebody else. Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord, why do I have to pick up all of these productivity modules? It's better? Yeah, plus 40% energy consumption from single productivity module. And Llama is wondering, why is it such a big deal, right? Of course. Why is my base lacking energy? I wonder why. Yeah, somebody was very, very stubborn and really wanted to add those productivity modules. Yeah, maybe I should cut out this part. So at least we will get one belt working and then we'll see. Let's add it gradually because I already provided the proof. I already proved that this base have slight issues with providing enough of the oil at times. So yeah, bye sweet speed modules, bye. Let's try not to calculate how much of the energy usage was that, because I know how much of the energy has been used by those beacons, but I am too shy to admit that. If you have missed it on stream, I don't want to say this out loud because I am a bit ashamed with myself, okay? Just ashamed a bit. But having to make green modules, that hurt. But the beacons wouldn't be used much. And they accept the efficiency modules. Okay, just give up your pride, Llama. Make it manually. You brought this to yourself. Categorian, good to see you. What's up? I'm glad that you have found me today. How is life treating you and how is your weekend? Do you have any plans? I am just complaining. I am very unhappy about the fact that with the current setup I have, the beacons with all of the speed modules, of course I knew I am not ready for them. But they took so much of the energy that, okay, I will admit that, guys. So the base production potential right now is 288 megawatts. And the beacons alone were consuming about 60 megawatts per hour. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for the follow, Categorian. Welcome to the little llama herd. I hope that you will find yourself comfortable in here. And tell us what is your Factorio experience, what kind of games you play, what kind of stuff you like to do. Because we're doing the variety of stuff on this channel, and we got Factorio Fridays and RimWorld Sundays. Maybe you would be interested in becoming a part of the game soon, like in 2 days. They are made of the same stuff as the other two, you just need to add just one more assembler and they okay. I know an Excedril, but I was hoping that my base is going to handle it. And then, unfortunately, it turns out that my base is not pumping so much oil that I thought it's gonna pump. And then all of this problem spiraled into madness. It is Oshi no Ko. I know of the anime, but had never seen it. It was the only one in the store that looked interesting to me and wasn't one of the bigger well-known mangas. Oh, okay. A bit dark. As far as I know, at the start, yes, something dark happens, but I don't know a lot about it except the synopsis, to be honest. Okay. I have 400 hours in Factorio and never managed to launch a rocket. We need to change that. You are able to send the goblins into space. And we all are going to be proud of you. Alright? I can help you with that. I'm not good with 1 versus 1. I am the terrible, terrible enemy to anyone. I mean, terribly easy enemy. But I can help you with launching the rockets. There is a magic building that saves your base in a pinch. Yeah. Yeah. Or sometimes you just need to cut out the part of the base from the electricity, like the rocket silo and all of the beacons. Yeah, I am making this manually, but we have really nice conversation in the chat that I am going to read. So let's pretend that it didn't happen, alright? And I will try to pick up all of the rest, all of the remaining green circuits that we have, that we're still producing. Oh, the part of it is still based on the original area that is stealing way too much of the copper. Right, good for us, good for us. If I may ask, what happened to Darkest Dungeon streams? Were you a bit tired of the game? In the way, yes, I haven't finished Darkest Dungeon 1 yet, and I got really, really attached to the characters. In the way that I was afraid to go to the Darkest Dungeon, because I knew that if I would lose somebody, I would have to level them up to level 5 again, and I was getting stressed over it. So that's why I stopped playing Darkest Dungeon 1 for a while, and then Darkest Dungeon 2... Well, let's say that I have noticed some of the users that were visiting me were visibly frustrated with my tendencies. So, you know that everybody plays a little bit different and your strategy might not work for somebody else. And I started to mention that right away, that I am very stubborn and that at times something might simply not work for me well. And I got a bit fed up of it at times, and I was like, okay, apparently my playstyle is not enjoyable enough. Maybe I'm too much of a noob to play Darkest Dungeon 2 in the first place, and that's why I stopped for a while. I still love this game, but I can get a bit salty about that. Yeah. So, you know, I really appreciate the input in general, but if somebody tells me you should do this and it obviously doesn't work for me, then there is no use in enforcing it on a streamer. I know when I watch somebody, let's say somebody's playing Frostpunk, somebody is playing the games that I'm really into, and I see that they are making obvious mistakes, but at this point, as a viewer, I refrain myself from backseating so much. I try to give some kind of advice, but if I see that somebody is getting confused, then it's better to allow the player to explore the game themselves unless they ask a question. So that's something I had to learn as well when I was watching other streamers playing my favorite games that I feel really confident with. But I definitely don't feel confident with Darkest Dungeon, especially Darkest Dungeon 2. And when somebody is enforcing me to play Grave Robber, I feel the salt train incoming. Like, I dislike this character. They are not the team player, at least in my opinion, and I really dislike playing them. And when I hear play the Grave Robber, I want to say, I will never play this goddamn Grave Robber on stream ever again. Yeah, and I don't want to get aggressive with that, but I just see that some stuff doesn't work for me unless some kind of miracle happens. And there are good times when I can say, alright guys, you were right. This actually works for me. This is a great strategy, but I need to get to that myself anyway. You cannot save a noob player. You cannot. It's the same in League of Legends or in mobile games in general. If you're playing a support, you cannot save a feeder. Sometimes you just can't. And it's not like I don't want to play this game ever again. It's just like, I wanted to calm down a little bit, to feel a little bit more... To feel that I am invested in the game again. Just like I was before when I started to play it. And I don't want to say absolutely no backseating. I just want to say, hey, hold your horses. It doesn't necessarily work for everyone. And that's it. And I was telling that many times, and it worked after a really long while. So I was like, okay, maybe it's time to stop. The game got frustrating to me, so why even bother? And then the RimWorld came. And RimWorld is awesome. I don't actually have any plans for this weekend. I'm just chilling in my home. Categorian, this is already a plan, and this is a good plan. Okay, let's make some more of these awful, absolutely awful... I could try to fit some machine in here. I could set up something really quickly. Let's try it. I mean, yeah, let's just try it. It's not going to be awesome, but it's better than making stuff in the inventory. Just produce stuff. Let's make it passive provider. I have played Factorio like 5 years ago, but I am playing RimWorld regularly. Oh, so good to have another llama in the herd. So I definitely recommend you to visit the Noob RimWorld playthrough. I have about 100 hours in the game, in RimWorld. It's my 3rd colony. All of the colonies have been played on Cassandra Classic with Losing is Fun. The first colony was the tutorial, the second colony was Crash Landed, the third colony is the Lost Tribe, Cassandra Classic, Losing is Fun with Twitch Toolkit. And it's madness, it's total madness. And right now, I need to recruit like... about 20% of my former pawns because they are prisoners. Many things have happened lately. So you're welcome to join us on Sunday stream at 2 p.m. UTC. This is regular RimWorld weekends with Twitch Toolkit, so it is still 1.14, if I'm not mistaken, or 1.4. It's still the previous version of the game because Twitch Toolkit was not fully working, and that's why we continue without some cool quality of life improvements, but it's still a lot of fun. Especially when we get yet another siege, in which about 2 or 3 streams ago, Mr. M and Inter have been kidnapped. F for these guys. Big F's in the chat. Feel free to put big F's in the chat. Golden Cube rules the world. I don't have the anomaly yet. I play without the DLCs, although there is still a lot of stuff to learn, so I don't mind. It's same as with the Paradox interactive games. I had Stellaris in as base game version to make sure that I like the game enough to get the DLCs. Well, yes, Has. It deserves a big F, like... And I remember that Laser's character is the one of 2 pawns who cannot fight. They are the only member of the Lost Tribe. The rest of the guys are the Men in Black because you were buying the Men in Black to become characters in the game. And then... and then last time when we had a siege, Laser got a hit directly in the head. Like mortar shell hit him when he was doing the research and instantly killed the pawn. So he wanted for me to use the resurrection serum and then to use the, you know, the mech serum on him because he was like 100% blind, so he couldn't do any research. Yeah. And Little Miss have died the same day, I think. But Little Miss have been resurrected as well. My llamas are too good. They are too nice for me, pretty much. Yeah, fun times. So you're invited to the madness. Okay, let's try to plug in this one line and see how it goes. It's just one little line. What can go wrong, possibly, right? Golden Cube rules the world. Don't change my mind. I won't. I hear Laser complaining enough about his runs in RimWorld. Oh wait. Okay, yeah. So actually this is not needed. The other part was needed. This one is powering up everything. Okay, let's see how much of the energy you're consuming in an hour. I think that's why Twitch recommended your channel to me. It's possible. Factorio, RimWorld, it's enough to actually recommend somebody, I think. Yeah. So it's great that we have another llama who has the similar interests. Make yourself comfortable. There might be some weird conversations going on in the chat, but don't worry, you will get used to that. We will have a lot of conversations regarding using human puppet hands and the lawyers, but you'll get used to that. All right, let's see that network. Thanks for the bonk, another nerd. I definitely deserved that. 17 megawatts. Well, that's acceptable. That's understandable. Although I haven't connected everything else, so well, let's resume the production. Why was this disconnected? Something happened here. I wanted to replace something. Temporary solutions make the best permanent solutions. So let's plug this in then. Just call them noobs, easy. Oh yeah. I'm not calling anyone a noob other than me. Understandable, don't worry about it, everyone has different playstyle. I just know that some of the people might get frustrated over my playstyle, although... Well, you know guys, it's just... You have the right to switch to another streamer, and I have the right to not enforce my playstyle onto anybody else when I'm visiting them as a visitor. So, you know, the same rule applies to me as a visitor. Anywhere else. Have I picked up the... I did pick up the copper cable, Jesus. I will promise to not do it for Frostpunk, except if you ask, of course. Oh, before Frostpunk 2 gets released... Come on, guys, come on. Opinion. The current setup for your beacon smelters cannot work at full capacity. The yellow belts carry only 15 chunks of ore per second, and the fast inserters will only feed the first 2 parts of smelters and will starve all the others after them. There is a chance, yes, there is a chance for that. And I think that's why I made the others shorter, because of that. And of course, guess who cannot afford the blue belts? Because we got the technology. We launched the rocket a long time ago. We have launched 101 rockets, or 102 at this point. And I said I am not going to do any upgrade before getting any legit logistic network. That is using a lot of electricity on my base anyway. So yeah, an Excedral. I know, you're right. I just wanted the beacon smelters already. No, I've seen the chat. In the dream world, you can rescue your pawns. Yes, if the Twitch toolkit is used wisely, yes. And then I beg you, llamas, please help. And last time, I don't know which pawn was that, but they were acting up and I decided to just beat them up as usual and they died. Well, with great power comes great responsibility. Oh dear, there is so much to learn from Dreamworld. But guys, I started learning a lot thanks to Laser. We had a lot of conversations regarding the builds, the range of the items that you haul for the crafting station, for the builds usage that you can suspend the production, the priorities, how to use the caravan, how to trade by using the caravan. That's quite a lot I have learned from Laser in the past few days. Also, I had the conversation before we finally watched 3 first episodes of Fallout, and I can really tell you guys, as a Fallout noob, that I enjoy the series so far. Some of the effects are very cheap though, and you know how much I love them. Don't worry, we are very human here. Yes, we are wearing the human puppet suits, so nobody else is going to recognize us. Yes, that's how we work. We're very friendly llamas and we don't spit. We never spit. I retract my previous opinion. You already went ahead and filled all the beacons with efficiency modules and it made all of it slow enough. Yeah, almost all of the beacons. And, well, this is acceptable, at least... Well... acceptable. I dislike these modules a lot, but we might have the army of the Spider-Trons in the future. Why not? Pawn was acting up, so I have beaten them up as usual. Lorraine quotes about Dreamworld. Yes, that was quote about Dreamworld, guys. YouTube, please do not ban me. That was a quote. I don't know if I can speak of Dreamworld this way when I am multi-streaming to YouTube. I have no idea. I have heard that YouTube is, in general, that YouTube is much more strict about words that you use, and I am still quite new to YouTube. I started multi-streaming at the beginning of this year, so it's barely 4 months in. Also, thank you everyone who is watching my past streams on YouTube. It really helps me and you give me sweet watch time. So thanks. Maybe one day I will get monetized on YouTube. Of course, it would be nice to add some videos there, like legit videos, but I am trying to allow you to get used to the fact that, hey, there is YouTube channel as well. I need to admit, this is the one thing that I would really like to happen. Not to become a partner on Twitch, I mean, whatever. But to get monetized on YouTube. That's something I would actually care about. Okay, the last one. Yes, it's finished. It's finished. It's alive. And it's providing the copper to pretty much everything. It ain't much, but it's an honest work. At least this base is not stopping completely. Of course, there is a lot of issues with the green circuit, but it's something. Let me think. Let me check. The outputs. We are not using up a lot at the very end of the base. Of course, we are not using the rocket silo. I disconnected the rocket silo, so it is not consuming any power right now. But we're not making much science anyway, so there is no reason to worry about it. Like, do we have to launch that many rockets anyway? I don't think so. I don't think so. Not speed, no, Mossy. The speed modules are increasing the energy consumption by 50%. It have eaten all of the energy of my base. And also, I figured out that I am not providing enough of the crude oil to the main fuel providing base. So, to the main fuel providing refinery station. So it was like double trouble in this case. But now it's kind of, we've managed, but I have figured out something else. So the idea is, I might actually want to take a break. Thank you, Annexedrel. I have the idea, this part of the base will, the power plant that we have right now, of course, it would be easier to go nuclear. I'm not going nuclear. I'm not going solar. This power plant could power up the existing production of the fuel, of the oil cracking, everything oil related. And then this big pond or lake, whatever you call it, is going to be turned into the new power plant that will power everything else. Yeah, we need to wait for it to evolve. Like, this idea needs to evolve a little bit. Thank you, Laser, for mentoring our Llama on the intricacies of RimWorld. Definitely. Still planning to watch it. Lovely to hear. I also would like to play Fallout New Vegas someday again. Maybe I will download it now. Haven't fully played the game. Go for it, Mr. M. Go for it. It will wait for you. Hey, it's almost free copper for light bulbs power. Yeah. Because use so much power, they do. They do, and I thought I am kind of ready. I thought that I will build up another solution to make sure that I provide enough of the power and... well, everything is related to the VIP super exclusive copper smelting for circuits. Of course it is, but we have to go back and add some more of the power plant construction and fuel production. It's still related to copper though, and then everything else. The magic building is called Electric Switch. You can cut entire unused sections of the factory. But is it in vanilla? Okay, so that's what I planned, and I had no idea that there is such thing. When did they add that? Jesus Christ. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay, so I think I know how it works, but let's try it. Let's try it. Well, Llama. Okay, just, you know, usually I'm not using such things. You know that I am pretty stubborn at times, right? Okay, so we probably have to plug it in with the cables. Okay, so let's use the red cable. Plug this in. Cannot connect to wire. But let's connect this thing. Let's connect this pump. And we will need some kind of decider, right? Do I have something on hand? Of course not. Of course not, Llama. No, wait for it. I can never find these. I think that this... Let's see. Which one I have used in the previous... Normal copper cable? Just normal? But I want to check something else. Wait for it. Damn. I wanted something else. So I had this idea for a while now. I mean, of course we can use it as the simple version, and there is nothing wrong about that. It's just, no, not this way. I think it works this way, and then we don't have enough of the cable. not enough of cables. And then the output goes here, and then I think so. And then when this goes... Okay, wait. Let's pick it up for now. Enable, disable. God damn it. Okay, I can use regular copper cable for something else. Okay, never mind. I just need to figure it out on my own. Cannot connect to electric wire. But what about this? Okay. And now... What can I connect it to? I need either red or green, I believe. You connect one copper cable on one side, then another copper cable on the other side. Oh yeah! To the next pole, and you take out the copper cable between the poles. Oh, this way! Okay. I thought I wanted to add some logic to it, but there is absolutely no logic in what I was trying to do. And now we just switch it on. And we turn it off. Yeah! Okay. That's fair. Why I've never seen that doesn't matter. It's just 800 hours of Factorio and we get this. This can work. I don't mind. Like, it can just take the minimum consumption of the electricity. Let's add it to the rocket silo. Thank you, Annex Central. You lovely, lovely llama beings. Thank you. Thank you. Where is the thank you sound? Here it is. Thank you. I don't know how to plug it into my Stream Deck yet. To redeem the rewards. I was looking for some kind of plugins to Stream Decks. For Stream Decks. That could help me out with that. But there is none currently, if I have seen correctly. And I want to use it through sound alerts to show you guys that you can use these as well. Inter! Good to see you! I'm still learning Factorio, even with my hours. Thanks for cheering me up! It's very kind to hear such things from extremely experienced Factorio player. So let's say welcome. Let's all say welcome to our lovely, lovely Inter. Let's have a shout out to Inter. How are you today? I was working on your stream. Inter was playing Captain of Industry. And I believe that you would really enjoy this type of game as well. Oh, you cannot rotate it. Interesting. But it's fine, we don't need to rotate it. We just need to... I mean, whatever. Doesn't matter which side you use. But yeah, we just need to... Oh, you know what? Let's unload some. Let's unload some in this case. Yeah. Inter is here! But unfortunately not in RimWorld anymore. Inter, I'm so sorry. I didn't want you to become a kidnapped pawn. Yeah. Alright, let's keep it open for a moment, because I want to add some of this science packs, even if we're not using much, but at least we will do some kind of research if we can. Oh, you were lurking! See, guys? Inter, Laser, Megath, Vals, they are always watching. You never know who is watching. So you better be good llamas. No, you haven't died again. You have been kidnapped like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. I don't remember when exactly. It's just... yeah, you have been kidnapped. Oh wait, you have added yourself as the pawn. Where is my squishy brain? No, so you're alive. But it's not the same Inter. No, so your pawn is alright. But the other one, I still think about the other one. That I accidentally allowed to be kidnapped. But they had a sniper. That was a difficult situation. I need to get the technology that allows me to make sniper rifle and then we'll show them. Finan, thank you for the bonk. I deserved that. I definitely deserved that bonk. My squishy brain. Just forgot. Once again. Maybe power the output of the science 100% and turn the rocket off? Yeah, maybe. I mean, in general, we're still not going to use all of that with the production of the purple science that you can see in here. It's outrageous. I will take care of that later, whatever. But I could just plug things in the other way, slightly other way. Like to plug in, like to get rid of this and add another power pole here and disconnect these power poles and connect these power poles. Wait for it. Wait for it. Disconnecting this, connecting these, yes, and this connects to the one that cannot reach. So we do this again. This and that, and this is connected. The rocket silo. The rocket silo is still in range, you silly llama. Whatever. You small brain, llama. You small brain. Forgive me. Future llama problems, exactly. I don't feel my brain is squishy anymore. Finan, have you cooked? What's cooking? Have you cooked something nice for the weekend? Are you going to do the meal prep for the next week soon? Can't wait to see more pictures of yours. Alright, the future llama problems. The first llama problems, right? Let's see. I was supposed... I am waiting for this to be landfilled. Yeah, you will wait, llama. You will wait. I mean, they are doing great for now. Oh, there is 4K already. Maybe I will help them a little bit. I need to expand, unfortunately. I need to expand the roboports and allow these little guys to do the stuff yeah. I have to allow them. And unfortunately... Oh, yeah, I don't like when the Spider-Tron moves this way. I am always misclicking things. Happy weekend, Kenny. Happy weekend to you. It's the weekend hype. Of course it is. Hey there. How are things, Kenny? Can you hug bells, please? How are the plants? How are the kitties? How is everything? I hope that it is okay. And by the way, we finally watched 3 episodes of Fallout. And we actually had fun, Kenny. Yeah, that was a nice thing to experience. Only 3 episodes, so we won't watch everything right away. Because we wouldn't have anything to watch later. Happy lurking in there. Thank you for joining today. And obviously the farmer. Everything is the farmer's fault. All right, Roboport. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. That farmer is annoying. I know, I know. But it's worth gambling, Inter. It's worth gambling. At least with the hay bricks on Twitch. Okay, little guys, what is your little problem? Yeah, that's a lot of mess. Yeah, you don't have a lot of materials. I know, I know. Missing construction of... I know, I know. Just place whatever you can. Are we producing the landfill at a regular speed as we used to? I mean, it's not extreme amount of the landfill, but it's something I was trying to stack up, but it's not enough. We got 4 million left. Over 4 million left. It's okay. It's okay. It would be very useful to have this area just to start. And actually I should do this off stream, Llamas. I should do this off stream so you're not bored and I can just either watch Fallout with Laser or I can do something else, clean up, whatever. Attempt to have a life. And just run it in the background just like I did with the other ponds to the east. Because I know that this is a quite boring task. Oh, that water is still clean, partially clean. So sad. Anyway, yeah. The little guys have enough of the work to do. So just build whatever you can. Oh, Ken, you want to know my hay bricks? How dare you? How dare you? I'm a simple llama. Okay, that was fishy. Well, I guess let's assume, and this will be very loose assumption, I had 4 lines, I mean 4 output lines for the copper. But this is half of the production that I made right there. If we're using up, if we're consuming, okay, let's say 14 megawatts per hour. Let's assume 14. Is this 51 beacons? 45 beacons. We got some beacons somewhere else. But let's assume that this is 14 megawatts. For the sake of simplicity, let's simplify the calculations. Let's do the rough calculations. So in this case, we will get half of this. So let's say 7 megawatts. times 3, we will add 21 megawatts of beacons energy usage. I'm not counting the electric furnaces right now. Can my network handle it? In theory, it can. But this is a theory. I assume that we are about to use 260 megawatts of power if the base would be fully working. Oh, Kenny, you lost your hay bricks. Well, better luck next time. Disaster. You must get back to work? Of course, Kenny. Have a nice time at work. And have a happy weekend as well. And please hug Bells. I think my network might not be able to handle this, but let's try it anyway. But before that, let's check if we are consuming, like using up enough of the crude oil. This crude oil is being... Yeah, we got the full belts from now on. This is risky, but I'm going to try it anyway. Oh, we don't have the production. The production is very slow because we probably used up all of the advanced circuits, electronic circuits. Let's try to pick up some from the belts. Some. And let's try to add it to that. Okay, no. Let's try to add it to that assembling machine that I left on purpose. Yeah, I left it on purpose. And let's try to make some more of the modules, of the thingies. It's not going to be a great solution, but it's some solution. It's some kind of solution. Yeah, not enough. We got 8. Oh my lord. Okay. Forgive me, the electricity gods. Because I have sinned. Because I didn't care about the amount of beacons I use. I didn't care about throwing less of the speed modules. I admit, I didn't care. All I cared about was to prove myself that this factory is ready for beacons. And it's not ready for beacons. It's not. But we will change that when the inventory gets empty. Yes, we will change that. More bacon. Exactly. That's too much of the bacon on pineapple pizza. I will be nice to bacon from now on, I promise. Always more bacon. Always. Bacon for the bacon gods. Guess who has to wait? Again. Well, I could add speed modules. Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Level 3. I had level 3. Have I put it in the logistic trestles? Where did I leave these? Oh. Yeah. I mean, that's something. At least you're going to make stuff faster, right? I could put some beacons around. Never mind. Never mind. That was silly idea. Well, these are nice little chunks, you know. At least it's gonna work. At least I will not have to deconstruct the beacons, because this is the last thing I would like to do. I would like to place down the blueprint and disallow placing some of the items in this blueprint. Just like in RimWorld. I think that while I am getting familiar with RimWorld, I would love to have some of its solutions in Factorio. I even rotate with E. But at least it's good that I'm not cooking in real life, otherwise Laser could possibly get food poisoning because of the incompetent cook. No, I'm just joking. I'm not that bad of a cook. It's just Laser was always trying to tell me that I should use more spices, I should use different spices, and I didn't necessarily agree with him. So in order to avoid Laser just messing with all of the spices and fixing all of my dishes, I decided that it would be better if he would be the cook. Because his intuition is much better than mine. Okay, let's plug this in. We have enough power to plug this in. We are about to add about 21 megawatts. About. Let's say 30 with all of the furnaces. It's okay. For now, it's okay. There is some output. There is some steady output. I think that Anoxedral helped to save this base. I mean, it ain't much, it's an honest work. Of course it's going to reduce the energy consumption, but well, it's fine. It's fine. It's manageable. So I should rebuild everything, and maybe I can. I'm not sure if I can replace it this way, but if I would copy and paste, no, the bots are not going to, or maybe, no. We cannot replace the modules like this, unfortunately. I will have to do this manually. And there is a lot of speed modules. I put a lot of time into making these, into stealing this from the existing production, because the existing production was very slow and I was using all of my resources to put into the setup. Keeping in mind that this base might definitely not be ready for the beacons and for the extensive use of the productivity modules and the speed modules, and I wanted to add the level 3 speed modules. Let's forget it for a moment. Let's just forget it and enjoy the green the green modules for a while, even if we don't have much. There's a handy mod for that. That should be vanilla. You can replace level 1 to level 3 with an upgrade planner. Yeah, but I have only level 1, unfortunately. Level 3? Come on. There were a few level 3 speed modules, but just a few. Not many, not all of them. I had the plan, but of course I didn't have enough of the materials, unfortunately. Well, it's fine. At least I can walk around with a nice robot. We should change the color of the spider throne this time. Would you like to throw some nice RGB values in the chat? Which color should we change the spider throne to? This is kind of like pinkish copper color or rose gold color that I don't necessarily like that much. Maybe something else, less flashy color. Let's add some more blue, maybe. If you use the upgrade blueprint, you can replace the speed modules with the efficiency modules. Okay, so it doesn't matter which level is that. We can try it, why not? The upgrade planner, let's see. It needs to have space first, Llama. let's use up these modules first. So if we use the upgrade planner from either speed module level 1 or speed module level 3 to efficiency module level 1 because we don't have any better, I guess. And I wonder if it's going to work the same way. Let's say from productivity modules level 1 to nothing. I wonder if it's gonna work as well. No, in this case it's not gonna work. That's a bummer. I would appreciate some kind of non-value. But it's fine, it's fine. But maybe we should add... This is passive provider chest. It's not passive provider chest, but it should be passive provider chest. Give me a second. Give me a second. If we make it a passive provider, then the little lazy butt bots should actually do something about that. Green for the green modules. Power for the electricity gods. Anything happening? Where are the lazy bots? Most of the lazy bots are working here, but there are not that many. These are construction bots and these are logistic bots. My construction bots are lazy. Yeah, almost none of them are in use, so get your lazy bots here if you want to earn the electricity. Is the logistics network linked? Yes, it is. It is. In this case, it is. I was using that to landfill all of this area, so yes, it is linked. Yeah, take... Oh, if you want to take it, you probably need some kind of buffer chest. Buffer? Storage, buffer, whatever, something. Alright, little guys, yeah? Just keep doing that. Yeah, they are replacing it. Slowly, but they are replacing it. Of course, we need to take out all of the productivity modules, but it's something. I will take these copper plates as the output. Oh my god, I collected a bit too much. Yep. And has enough materials. There is a problem with the materials, definitely. So they just need to do it very, very slowly. But in this area, they are not going to have enough of the input anyway. So maybe this upgrade is gonna work. And for the rest, I will just mark it, get it done. But it gets done, whatever, when it gets done. Let's just get rid of the productivity modules out of these little guys. I could try to replace them with the efficiency modules as well, but that would be a bit too much. We're using up a lot anyway. And we have to produce a lot anyway. Let's make 2 requester chests. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, I will not move closer to the... Forget it. Forget it. Upgrade here. 2 requesters. 2. I want 2 separate inputs for this. Maybe on this side. 2 separate. One of them is going to be red. Okay, 200 is enough. And the second one is going to be green. 200 is enough. We need to collect some from the belts anyway. How are you doing? Is Laser behaving himself? Synaptic link. good to see in the first place. Laser is definitely behaving. Laser is very kind, as always, very handsome as always. And I think that it's okay. Yeah. It's just fine for now. Right, this works. Now let's check if we're in the network for this stuff. There is a chance that we're not in the network. Oh, yeah. I just need to get to this spot. Glad to hear it. Oh, thanks for asking. You're very, very kind, guys. It's just going. There are better and worse days. I just wish things would be a little bit different. That's it. That's simple. Can request multiple items in the same requester chest? Yes, but then it would depend on the inserter, which item it's gonna pick this time, and I would need two inserters, and it's just easier this way. Having those days myself lately, damn. Is this something that you would like to talk about, Synaptic Link? Either on stream or in DMs? I can't get close to that electric furnaces because they are waiting for... Do I have the furnace? If I use the furnace like this, I have the idea. What if I copy it and paste? No, it's not happening. I forgot how to... I know how I can add the modules, but I don't know how can I remove the modules. Lovely people keep me going. Also winding up, lovely people. Alright, good. Sounds good. You've inspired me to Factorio myself now. Sorry, not sorry. It's a nice game. It's a really nice game, so why not playing it a little bit more, right? May your factory grow. And there goes the weekend. Yep. But at least you spend it in the nice way. So don't blame yourself that you haven't done anything productive other than growing your factory. Sometimes it just needs to happen, right? And actually Unexedral told me that I should take a break by redeeming take a break, and I said yes, I should actually take a break, and I thought it was like 10 minutes ago. It was 40 minutes ago. Time flies. Llamas, I completely forgot that I have this big chunk to landfill, and I guess I will not make you feel bored with all of that, so maybe I should actually enter the stream, maybe landfill this in the next 3 hours, 4 hours, just like the last time. I don't know how much time passed actually. When I was landfilling it, it was at least 3 hours. And we will just meet again next week. At least we had good Factorio Friday facts for this week, so I'm satisfied with that. On the other hand, I got a little bit scared at the beginning. Oh, they are going to change the beacons. They are going to make it more complex. Oh no, what about the casual players like me or others that haven't even launched the rocket yet? Yeah. Time fans when you fly. Exactly. Killing the biters. Okay, Inter, we might want to attack one little bunch of biters. Little one. They're quite far away, so this is like a big base already. But I feel threatened all the time. My oil feels threatened by these enemies right there. And also there is another yield that I would like to get. And at least we would secure the crude oil for the fuel production. So maybe I will just go around, attack the biters a little bit, and we'll see how it goes. And actually I prefer for the Friday streams to be a little bit shorter, because then we have longer Sunday stream starting 2 p.m. UTC and having Rimworld with Twitch Toolkit, and then we can just have this chaos ongoing. I hope that this time I've learned enough from Laser that it will help me with the basics. So when I started to play Losing is Fun, there was not enough of the time to figure out the basics, especially with the Twitch Toolkit. How to obtain the steel if you cannot mine the steel. How to get other resources if you cannot dig them anymore. Or maybe there are the ship chunks that you can find on the map. How do you process these? And I think I have learned enough to actually improve a little bit. Okay. Yeah, I know. Yeah, touchy the nest first. Touchy the nests. You cannot catch me. There are trees. Ha ha ha. Finally. Llama did something. Are they eating through the trees? Or am I imagining things? But at least you can see that I have invested in the personal defenses. So all I can do is to just walk around and get rid of them finally. Because all of these projectiles, shooting with all of these projectiles, well, I was destroying the trees, and trees are friends, and I need them to restore my base, to provide fuel to my base. So I felt bad about destroying the trees, and also I couldn't really hit. Biters through the trees. Damn! I had no idea. But it's okay. This base, alien base, is done. We will have to do some fixing, but other than that, the nest is gone. Sorry for destroying your home, little guys, but you need to understand that my oil felt threatened by you as the neighbors. They might destroy my spider drone soon. Okay, wait for it. Where is the fixing thing, yeah? I didn't think that the biters will chew through the trees. Bringing Lamacracy to all the biters, wow. YouTube, please do not ban me. Okay, where are those biters? Yep. We don't want you to stay here anymore. Yeah, just find some other nest. All right, there is one more nest that I would like to attack. We're going to free you. Exactly. In a way, yeah. Where is the next oil? This is the oil supply that I want. And there are 2 nests that I should get rid of. Let's save the game because I know that I might mess up big time. As always. Let's just fix the Spidertron and move on. And maybe we should get some kind of... I need some better color that I will see. Okay, this one I'm going to see better. Hello, would you like to talk about my base and oil use? Mm-hmm. Put some rockets in the spider... No. I don't have the Spidertron rockets and I would have to put a lot of resources into making them, so... The dramatic underproduction is still happening, guys. Remember about it. Okay, come on. Come on, don't give up. Where are you from, guys? I believe that these guys were not from here. Ah, whatever. We need to get rid of the turrets and we need to get rid of the nests, and that's it. The rest is easy peasy. Not the llama squeezy this time. One nest is left. Oh, no. It's going. It's just going. They can predict where I am going. I really enjoy that. On the other hand, it's very annoying to fight them since it was added. And of course, I know it was added a long time ago, but still very annoying. Like, there is some variety added to the game. Like, it makes it more exciting to fight, of course, but... I would prefer the biters to be more predictable. Like, they are, but they are predicting me, who is more predictable than them, apparently. And there is one more nest that I would like to get rid of. This one. To the northern west. Right there, the big one, because we got the oil. And there is like 3k. This one was bigger, but I will just plug in the train, and this yield is close enough that it can just supply my storage tanks easily. But then, just in case, I have other sources that I will use. And this way I can provide the fuel to the base all the time. Or at least that's the plan. With the execution, you know that the plans are the expectations are different from reality as always. And in my case, the reality is brutal. Remember, we need to get rid of the nest. Oh. It's time to reload the game. Laser has come to watch. No, what do we say to Microsoft today? Oh no! Oh wait! I would almost get into the next nest. No time for F's in the chat, guys. You didn't believe in me. That was accidental, alright? Fine. Let's get back. That was accidental. Yeah, that was accidental. I just wanted to get as close as I can to the nests So the nests are getting destroyed first? Before anything else? So I'm not getting more of the friends. Ah, alright, alright. They're slowing me down seriously. Please don't eat the trees. The trees did nothing wrong. The trees are friends. Please don't kill the trees. Friendly biters. Ooh, that's a lot of them. That's a lot. And there will be more. My legs. I need more exoskeletons. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I don't want for them to spawn. That's a fact. Okay, we will have to repair soon. Oh, you little guy, please do not munch on the trees. Why would you munch on the trees? I remember in the past, you could accidentally make the biter get stuck in between the trees in the way that you would have like one red dot on the map, the biter could not move, and it would get stuck in between the trees so much that it couldn't move. Maybe that's why they are munching through the trees. But I really enjoyed having this one lonely biter, and I could call them and pretend that they are a friend. Like, you know, you're giving the name to a pet and you get attached to it, so you could call a biter Frank, for example, and you could keep it and try to make it happy by visiting it from time to time without shooting. Yeah. Okay, that's a bit much. I think it's time to go. It's time to go. It's time to go. Bye-bye. Please do not munch on the trees. Please do not munch on the trees. Oh, these ones are not giving up. Okay. But at least they are not spitting. See? The spitters are spitting, not the llamas. I don't care about that other nest because there is some kind of cliff out there. Oh no, cliff! I reminded myself of cliff again. Oh no! Rest in peace, Cliff from Death Stranding. That was a bit of a spoiler. I'm sorry. Oh wow, okay, that's a bit too much. No. I haven't saved the game before. No, don't destroy it. Okay. I got the message. You don't have to munch through the trees. Don't have to. Ah, no. This is not the nest I'm looking for. I need to save the game again. That was close. Didn't expect I am going to be blocked by them. And slowed down, of course.
Nom 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 nom
Num 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 num. This is not the nest I'm looking for. Hello. It's good that you haven't thought about the beating up as a quote. nom 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 nom. They here to nom. I'm here to well, to destroy the tree nomers. Yeah. Oh, come on. That's why I need to get really close to the nests. And really close to the turrets. And that's why I'm risking so much. Yeah, come on. Because there are too many of these spawning and I don't want to try to kill them all the time. To get back and see that there is the same amount of the biters. Yep, there are like 2 nests left, about 3 to 4 turrets left. Yep, I believe that it was the last nest. And the last 2 turrets or so. So now we can get rid of the others. Finally. Just need to avoid them speeding. Ah! I believe I said something. Ah! They are just happy to see me. And who's going to clean all of this vomit? I don't want to get a vomit fortress just like Has in his playthrough. Where are nuclear rockets? I don't have any. With such a big underproduction of everything, you would predict I have some good weapons. Seriously, Mr. Laser. Okay, the last nest is gone. Now I can just build over that source of oil. And I secured the oil for the main fuel making part of refineries. So that's good. Vomit rain. Oh, yuck. Just hire somebody and send the bill to the biters. That reminds me of some kind of quote I really don't want to mention. Do you have personal laser threads on you and on Spider? I got only on the Spider. Do they work on me as well if I am inside the Spider? They could work because it's the same with the roboports. I think you can shoot them from inside the Spider. I never really tried. How does NASA organize a party? They plan it! That was amazing. Amazing Inter. Alright, what do we have here? Crude oil is okay. This crude oil tanks are okay. We still have really good amount of the fuel being produced, but I would like to replace it once again, because I don't think that this is good to put so much of the coal into it, and I wanted to avoid adding coal into this steam powered power plants. I want to cut this base out of the of the coal use right there. This is the belt I want to get rid of, because I would cut it out, like I would prevent them from producing plastic. So it was not my goal. And let's try to see how it's gonna work. And for the robots, are they working on the VIP super exclusive copper smelting area? It seems like they have replaced. Let's see. We got 190 efficiency modules. And in this case, everything has been replaced. Nice. So maybe I should avoid requesting more, because we have enough, but also we could go for level 3. We could just make level 3 for that. But we'll see how it goes. This is secured already, but future plans for this base, and this is something that I won't be able to make until I landfill this area, and at least in this case, I have secured the electricity issue that was bothering my base for today's stream, and I will just have to run the game and allow this to be landfilled automatically, because I'm not going to make it myself. Come on. And I think that when we start building the power plant in this spot, the existing power plant should be used only to power... I don't know if both, if it should power this production, because in here we got the plastic, we got the rocket fuel, we got lubricant, we got other stuff, explosives, sulfur, other stuff, sulfuric acid. But I think that this power plant should be used exclusively for this setup, for this area, for these oil refineries that are exclusively making all of the fuel. And this way we would secure the future fuel use by challenging this base to not use any solar panels, to not use any nuclear energy. And I think this has the chance to work. If I just repurpose this, I wanted to deconstruct this power plant, but if I could just repurpose it and make sure that we are providing enough to this part of the base that provides all of the fuel, of course, it would be still dependent on this crude oil yield that is connected directly, but also it would be dependent on the locomotive that is coming and the other locomotive that I plan to set up in the other yield that I just cleared out. But it has bigger chances of success than with the setup I have right now. The only backup, energy backup that I have is related to this part of the base. Because the solar panels and the accumulators are plugged in only to the inserters that insert the fuel into the boilers. So I can have such little amounts of the fuel that, you know, the burner inserters would have to insert the fuel into themselves and use it up first before they could possibly insert the fuel into the boiler. So in this case, I have the situation secured, so I am not using up additional fuel, and sometimes there was so little fuel that I couldn't even produce enough to give it to the burner inserters. So this is working flawlessly. Other than that, I don't have any other security options. And I wanted to turn off some parts of the base automatically if the amount of energy wouldn't be high enough. And then I haven't done this, and I had the crisis again. So it would be the best to secure exclusively the fuel production. Let me know what you think about that, especially if you're watching on YouTube. Let me know in the comments if this is a good idea. But as I said before, my goal is to avoid the solar panels, like the big solar powered plants, with the little exception of using the solar panels for the fast inserters. This is the only exception. and without using any nuclear power plant and fuel and other. And speaking of the engines, we will have to add more of the engines, and that's why this area is going to be landfill. So let me know if this is a good idea. How many times you had the issues with the electricity, and have you learned to tackle them? And yeah, do you dislike productivity modules as much as I do? Yeah. I think this is how we're going to end the stream on the YouTube side. I will stay with my Twitch audience for a moment right now. Everyone who has watched this video, take care of yourselves. Have a lovely rest of your day or night, depends on your time zone. Please like and subscribe. And see you in the next stream, next video.